that we were missing out on. It's going to be like this today, my babies. Back and forth all day, ping-ponging between these two tables. Guerrero opened, Jack-10 suited on the button. Cahan Mockery, second in the chips at this table. 3 bets out of the big blind with ace-king. Guerrero is going to see a flop. Hits 1 club and 1 straight card.
Jack-10 of clubs with the 2 overs and all the potential backdoors. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight.
And position.
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mockery obviously has the initiative here, though, being the 3-better. And 9-5 tray is super dry. I think you always continue here once you 3-bet. I mean, it's almost like it's a value bet at this stage in a lot of cases, right? Ace-king is just going to be the best hand on this kind of a texture so frequently.
See, I'm a panic kind of player with ace-king. I just much rather get it all in the middle pre, but and then when I don't see an ace or king on a flop, I just start to panic.
I think that was a quick call. Yeah, Guerrero recognizes he might have equity against hands exactly like Mockery's and decides to call. And there's a straighty card on the turn.
There we go.
Straighty card. And if that straight comes in, I think it'll be fairly disguised if we do get to the river.
I don't think a turn bet here is particularly wild. If you are going to do it, though, it's got to be big. It's got to be chunky. You got to scare those 9x combos, maybe some of those small pocket pairs. He does decide to check. I think that's also a completely reasonable line given the turn. 8-9 suited is going to be defending here some of the time, Pi. So that could be an absolutely savage turn for you when you just got the ace high, no way to improve against a turned 2 pair.
So when it's checked to you here in a 3-bet pot, and you're sitting there with Jack high, yes, you have the open ender, yes, you do have the 2 overs. Do we want to bet here and try and fold out ace queen, ace king, all those ace highs?
I think it's a big question about stack depth because what you don't want to happen is to get check jammed on the turn. And the shallower you are, the easier it is for your opponent to justify that given what's in the pot. If you're really deep, it's really hard for your opponent to check jam if you're like 100 big blinds deep or something like that, right?
Yeah, SPR here for Guerrero is nearly 1.
So it could just be the pure jam. You could take it out of his hands completely and just get in on the turn. Okay, he's going to go for a count. I think a small bet is probably more scary, makes it look stronger than just the jam.
Yeah, I think this might get a fold, but it would be really interesting here if we did see Mockery continue and what Guerrero would do on the river if it was a blank.
So what was that, about 1/3 on the turn, something like that, Pi?
Yeah, 875K. Has about 2.1 million behind. Counting out the calling chips and makes the call.
Mockery has been real tough this entire tournament. Like, has zagged when he should zig and has zigged when he should zag. And it goes check, check.
I win.
Hey, Guerrero got him. The suited connector is paying off big time for Jimmy Guerrero.
You said you should make Team 5 off against Maria. That's why I called it.
I thought it was a draw.
Huh?
I thought it was
You saw you should make Team 5 off yesterday against Maria. That's why I thought you were blocking. I almost jammed pre-flop, yeah? Wow, you have a, finally you have a double up.
Let's see what happens over here. Ace-5 suited in the hijack.
Rocha, super short stacked, has a suited ace.
He's all in. I'm calling it.
No.
Artisanal sourdough, going to leave a little bit behind.
Taxi bet.
Taxi bet. 3/4 of the stack.
Now, for people watching that don't realize why players only put about half of their chips in the middle there when they're all in, is because if it were to go shove and then reshove, they could actually find the fold and perhaps make a ladder. I'm not sure if we're on a pay jump right now.
We are.
We are.
We absolutely are. About 10 grand or so.
Well, that is the reason. Falls around to the small. So who gives it up?
Far so good for Rocha. Mark Jerrison folds a 6-5. Guerrero calls with 3s, and we are off to the races. Like Park Güell versus the Sagrada Familia. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Go 6-45, yeah? Yes, 45. Okay.
Sourdough versus Larry Bird.
I mean, sourdough all day, right? Come on, guys. Let's be real. It
I mean, the 2020s is the decade for sourdough.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Thank you, my friend. I feel you good.
Make some bread, baby.
I feel you will flop the 5.
Five.
Yeah, 5 is 5 on the turn.
Hurts.
5 on the turn.
Okay. 5 on the turn. Joe.
No.
7-7-9 is a good start for Rocha. Can now counterfeit the pocket trays.
Yes, sir. Any 9 means 9s and 7s with an ace, which will counterfeit those trays.
The deuce. Not a good card for Rocha.
3 in a row, it's not possible. Doesn't happen.
Could have picked up another counterfeit out. Somehow an undercard to the trays.
That is pretty sick.
It's river card is an 8.
Good game, bro.
3 is hold. Rocha was on life support yesterday, came back from half a big blind, laddered up tens of thousands of euros, but finally succumbs to Jimmy Guerrero. This is Rocha's girlfriend.
Italian. Good mentality. Don't be jealous. Good mentality, bro.
A nice
Say,
moment.
wow, you're so good, bro.
Wow.
You're so good.
Jimmy,
Huh?
good. Jimmy, he just called you bad. Are you going to accept this?
Probably still going to have a good day today, I'm guessing.
Size, my friend.
You are super good in pre-flop all-in.
Always winning,
You're super good.
even when he's losing.
Lucas Rocha out.
Super good also post-flop, but you know,
81,450, and that
I don't want to vote.
is a ladder
Oh, wow.
for everyone else. Yeah.
Getting emotional.
Is already strong.
Amazing, amazing result.
Man, that's something I really like
Yeah.
about people from that part of the world.
I went in GG
Not afraid to show their emotion.
Yeah.
Bendinelli, 5-3 off. Folds it. On to Pinto, who folds. Margerison. Ace-king on the button. Second in chips, but not by much. Nearly 100 big blinds to start the hand. And Jimmy Guerrero, who has not been shy about putting chips in the middle today, has pocket tens.
Getting chilly in here
Yes.
for someone.
Right? Especially from these positions. Certainly going to take an aggressive route against a button open when you have tens in the small.
I think I had this exact hand, button versus small blind in the mystery bounty, and got in like a million big blinds. I was the ace king and I won. So on the button, exactly the same. We also both had a lot of chips. We both had heaps.
Well, Costa's gotten out of the way.
You have 7 million. Total?
Guerrero did have just about 7 million to start the hand.
Yeah, Guerrero's
Yeah,
an
something like
effective
that.
stack, but
Something
it's
like that.
so many big blinds.
It is so many big blinds. This dynamic button versus small blind, it does tend to cause some bloated pots, especially when both players actually have it.
He just rips it.
Wow.
Margerison shoves.
That's crazy.
That's kind of what I did too.
much?
I ripped for a lot.
All in?
This hand
All in? How much?
exactly the same way.
Not exactly the same ICM situation, I don't think.
No,
You could have pocket
not.
tens.
No, there was a
You could
pay
have
jump,
pocket
but not
tens.
like this, right? We're in the final table bubble now. Yeah. The thing is that this so looks like it could be ace king or nines.
It looks like ace king.
Yeah.
Could be nine. He can convince himself that it's nine sometimes, or it could be jack
I
sometimes.
wish
So
on the
it's
TV,
so
by the
tough.
way.
Yeah, but I think when
Anyway, I
you're
wish on the
putting
TV,
all of
when?
the hands he would do this into
Anyway, I wish on the
consideration.
TV, when, yeah?
Yeah, I think you
I
unfortunately
wish
might
on the
just have
TV
to
anyway,
give up your
in
hand.
any case.
How many time bank chips does he have left? Because I don't know whether he's going to call or fold, but he's going to use those time chips.
How much? How much you got?
He's got you covered, Jimmy.
He's trying to figure out how many he's going to have left if he loses.
Wow, I want to gamble. Wow.
Well, that's what you would be doing, Guerrero.
Huh? 6 million? How much? No.
Absolutely. Huge
He
spot.
called. I think he just called. Did he say call? No.
I don't think
Okay.
so. It did. I did hear a word that sounded like call, but when nothing else happened.
My God.
He certainly wants to call. I can feel it. I feel like he wants to call. He's still, he's trying to figure out, is it the right thing to do? Were you think he should fold?
Yeah, I mean, I think if this was purely for chips at the moment, it's a call. But I think, you know, given ICM pay jumps and just the fact that,
You go ace
yes,
queen for sure. You go ace queen.
yeah, I mean, a lot of times this does look exactly like what Margerison has. But it just feels like at this point in the tournament, you don't need to be calling off for 70 bigs for your tournament life. For a flip at best, I mean, yeah, I would agree that Jack's plus probably doesn't play it like this.
Give me the tournament, bro. Huh?
I think he's losing it.
Huh? To give me the
Not
tournament?
queens plus. I feel like Jacks could maybe do this once in a while. But yeah,
Okay,
this is a really tough spot. Oh man, just
Fucking
brutal.
have ace queen.
Who's he talking to?
He's saying ace queen. He says he's convinced he has ace queen.
Another
folded.
time bank card. No,
Oh,
that was
no.
a time bank card going in. Nope. That was the chips going in this time. Excuse me, the fold. It was the fold this time.
No, it wasn't.
What a tough hand.
Yeah.
What a tough hand. And what a you know, spot to shove. You know, a lot of people might make it smaller and
Ace queen.
wouldn't get the quick W.
Ace queen, I say.
We're back in Barcelona with the PokerStars European Poker Tour, and it's day 5 of the main event. It's the day that we play down to the final table and beyond, hoping to end play with 6 remaining. Right now we have 11 players, 5 at the feature table, 6 at the outer table. The last level saw a fair few eliminations, and I would suspect that we'll lose 2 to 3 players over the course of the next 90 minutes as the blinds go to 80,000, 160,000 with a big blind ante of 160K. This is the lineup on the main stage. Martin Susor may well be the chip leader right now with 10.5 million. The shortest stack here is Alexander Everson with 27 bigs. There are shorter stacks on the outer table. I'm James Hartigan, joined by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And the real story of the last level,
Yes,
Joe,
I'm listening.
was the redemption and ascent of Simon Branstrom, who finished the previous session with just 9 big blinds.
Simon Sandstorm, do-do-do-do-do.
And after some Branstrom brainstorming, he is up over the 7 million mark now.
Yes. Oh boy, we got action. All in call at other table. This could be gory. We have a river card being dealt. This is pocket aces against Jack 10. And Patur drawing dead, I believe, before the river. And that is it for our good friend Balakrishna Patur. Whee! No more. Out of here in 11th place at the hands of Simon Sandstrom. Do-do-do-do. Everson on the button with ace jack. Seems like the standard raise is to 320. Standard 3-bet is to $1 million. Mr. Records folds king 6 of hearts in the small. 7-5 of hearts in the big for Lou. Fake it till you make it. Lou playing as if he's got a 60 big blind stack. Not that I'm saying there's anything wrong with defending here. And boy, does he flop good here. That's what we call flopping the joint. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, flopping the joint.
It's actually a board where Iverson, in general, might be inclined to want to do a lot of checking. But if he feels his opponent is playing somewhat tight and he can put a bit of pressure on the final table, it's a little bit of extra leverage that he can try and take advantage of.
Tough to leverage a guy who's flopped a straight. He has to make sure it's true.
He's going to slow play it. He's just going to make the call. I think at 20 big blinds, you don't always have to raise here. Gives your opponent a chance to catch up on the turn.
Everson does not catch up on the turn. The board doesn't get significantly worse for him, though. It wasn't great to begin with. And when Lou checks his cards and then calls, like, the worst he's going to have is a flush draw, right?
Yeah, I'm not too sure when people check at their cards what exactly it means, but it's interesting to see Iverson going for the double barrel here, maybe trying to target 4x and 6x to fold, possibly expecting that if Lou had an 8 or better, he might have just went with it on the flop. If he had a hand like 9-7, maybe he would have elected to check raise.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a lot of pair straight draw combos in this dynamic.
It'd be very interesting if Lou just elects to call here, because then the hands you mentioned, the pair plus straight draw, he can have a lot of them once he calls his turn, because he's unlikely to call this turn with just a 4, just a 6. He's likely to have played for stacks on the flop with some of his 8s. So Iverson might end up going for it, particularly if we see a spade on the river or something that changes the board drastically. But if I'm Lou, after seeing my opponent bet into me twice, less than 20 big blinds, I'm most likely just going to go all in on this turn.
Yeah.
It's not that your hand necessarily needs a huge amount of protection, whilst it can help. It's just that if your opponent does have pocket 10s, ace 9, any of the overpairs, maybe you don't want to see a terrible river card. But Lou is going to continue laying this trap, and as we can see against Iverson's exact hand, this is the perfect play.
Right. Yeah, I'd probably get a little goofy there and raise and fold out all of the bluffs, thinking that my opponent's probably stronger than he is. Lou checks for the 3rd time. 3.3 million in the middle.
I feel like if this was the queen of spades, the king of spades, an overcard to the board, plus completing the flush, Iverson might have been very tempted to go for it, but on the 6 of spades, it's a little bit less appealing.
That 6 obviously would be one of those pair straight draw combos. That would make up a decent chunk of Lou's range. Also, if Lou has an 8, he might get hero-y with that as well.
I guess Iverson, the last thing he wants is to check and be up against a hand like 4-7, maybe even a hand like 8-7 that he could probably make fold.
Yeah.
Man, it's just a very tough river card to pull the trigger on.
This could really go either way. All in.
Wow.
Everson announces all in. Now Lou just has to make the call. There is a paired board. There is a potential flush.
Oh, Iverson's going to feel a little bit like this is a slow roll, but it's certainly not. He has to call.
He calls. And Everson is going to lose a massive pot. Just walked right into that one. This style has been working out incredibly well for Everson. And in any other situation, any worse hand than a straight is going to have to maybe lay that down.
I think it's easy to say he's after blasting off, but at the same time, he's putting his opponent in such an incredibly tough spot with the vast majority of his hands. Not many people going to call the turn with 2-pair plus. Not many people going to call the turn with a straight. Decides to pull the trigger, and then he gets the bad news that his opponent had slow played the straight.
Absolutely. That sort of aggression is going to win you so many more chips than it's going to lose. You just happen to get unlucky there. Outer table hand. Cards are on their backs. Ace-7 versus King-9. Looks like Ace-7 is the all-in player. It's Falcone and Cully Sadu. Yes, Falcone, the player, all in. Here comes the flop. 8, 5, 6, so open-ended and ace-high for Falcone. Sadu has a gut shot. His king is live. Deuce is no help to either player. Ace-high still winning. All he needs a 9, a 7, or a king to bust Falcone. It's an 8. Falcone doubles up. So 2 doubles up. 1 double up here, 1 double up at the main feature table. That puts Falcone up to 1.8 million, which is not a lot of chips. Doesn't look like Sadu has that many more either. And look at this. Yunye Liu still stacking his chips from that last hand. We didn't really get to have any afterglow from his double up. He's up to nearly 8 million in chips now. Everson down to 8 big blinds. Two pair on this flop for Liu. Flush draw for Tori, not a great one.
Interesting to see if Tori wants to bet here. Probably still going to have the best hand sometimes.
180.
We have seen Liu slow play in the very last hand, but with a much stronger hand. The flop straight this time with a very vulnerable 2-pair, but at the same time, quite deep now. Probably doesn't want to raise and get it in, but might want to raise now for value.
He does in fact raise. I haven't seen Liu play very much, but his instincts have been pretty good thus far. Bottom 2 is a fairly susceptible hand on a Broadway board, 3 diamond board.
I'm probably just going to fold my ace-8 here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had a little bit of a better diamond plus the good shot, then sure, let's continue. But sometimes you're going to be drawing dead here, even if he just has like a 9 high flush or whatever. Liu on a little bit of a heater, looking to continue it, raising the button with the King Jack.
Tutsor ain't scared. He's in. Perfectly understandable. Suited king. And this flop is ace, queen, 9, 2 hearts. Hiya! Flush draw for Tutsor. Who's going to continue? I think this continuation bet in general would get a lot of folds.
We can see this time it's not going to work though.
Nuh-uh.
Ten of hearts would be a naughty turn card, but both players turn in second pair.
Ugh.
I think it's a turn that Lou is going to want to slow down on quite a lot.
He does indeed. River is not a heart, a brick. Lou's kicker will play if we do get to showdown.
Suzar is going to bet. I would imagine it be incredibly small, but as we can see, most likely going to be a check.
He bet 0, in fact. And it's Lou who bets incredibly small. 1/3 pot.
It's a bit frustrating. It's unlikely to be a bluff for the bet check bet here. They're often going to be these exact kind of hands, maybe a weak ace, a king he's turned. If he was bluffing, it's a very good turn card from the continue on. I think it's a tough fold to make, but the more he thinks about it, the more he might realize that his opponent is very unlikely to be bluffing for this size on the river.
But what's the worst hand he's not bluffing with?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's ever going to have a queen. So best case scenario, with your king, it's going to be a chop. And does your opponent always bet king 8 and worse? I'm not so sure. Like I said, I could completely understand if he makes a call here, but I just don't think people go bet check bet for 1/3. Nice fold.
Good fold.
Nice.
Yunye Lou, the year of the Yunye. This guy was the shortest stack at the table 10 minutes ago. Not Suitsor. He was number 1. He is now number 2. It is Yunye Lou who was the shorty at this table. Had 23 big blinds 10 minutes ago. Now he's up on top with 58 big blinds.
$490.
Johan Starakers mixing things up a little bit, elects to raise bigger than we've been seeing our opening raises, and this was ill-timed. Opens to 490,000 into the ace queen.
6.5. $490. I got.
Pretty tricky spot for Everson. The issue being that with the ace-8 off versus an under-the-gun raise and a button flat, quite frequently he will find himself dominated. Storkers also, I think, correctly identifying that he doesn't want to make his raise too small and give the very short big blind too good of a price. As we go heads up to the flop.
Here we go. And this flop is ace, jack 7, 2 hearts. Top pair for Tori, gut shot for Starakers.
Torre going to bet when check 2. Be very surprised to see the Queen 10 fold to a single bet. Got a good shot to the nut straight. Got the backdoor hearts. Could potentially bluff some rivers if it goes check check. That could be one of them. It'll be quite interesting if he decides to lead here, but we are going to see a check. I think it's a turn that Torre is going to want to check on a lot. So there is 2 flush draws out there that he might feel like he needs some protection from.
And that's a full house on the river for Torre.
Iverson probably not feeling so great about his ace-8 fold right now. This is not going to work. This is quite ambitious. I think if we had seen a brick river, it would have been a very nice bluff spot. But what are we really going to make our opponent fold with here? That he bets the flop, it goes check check on the turn. We're ahead of any pocket pairs if he did decide. We've counterfeited versus 8s, 9s, 10s, even though they're likely to check the flop. I guess the only hand that makes sense that he's targeting to fold is hands like King Queen and King 10, but we block all them as well.
Torre makes the call. Interesting, just call.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting in one way because obviously the only hand we're worried about is pocket jacks, but at the same time, if you shove there, your opponent is never going to call with a worse hand, in my opinion. So I can understand it, even though it does look a little tight at first glance.
It doesn't even look tight. It just looks like a mistake. I don't know. I mean, I agree with you. There's absolutely nothing. Your rationale makes perfect sense. But just, you don't think, do you think that the odds of them having quads is about equal to the odds of them calling with anything worse?
I think given his size, and it's very unlikely that he has quads. But I think it's almost 0% that your opponent's going to call with worse than an ace if you shove that river with 10 left in an EPT. Iverson in the small blind with the pair.
What do you call that?
Monster hand to pick up. Which seems a little weird to say about deuces, but very happy to shove. When he gets called, he's going to have a reasonable amount of equity a lot of the time.
All in?
All in the call. Ace-3 versus the deuces. That is a fake flip if I've ever seen one.
Oh, man. This is not a classic flip. This is a weird flip. You don't see this one too often.
I think we're supposed to stop. Did you say?
It is Iverson at risk on the bubble with 10 left here at EPT Barcelona.
This is like quinoa versus kale.
Like 9-ish.
One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage for Everson's tournament life. King, Jack, 5, 3 hearts. Hearts not good for Everson.
Too many outs, maybe.
The board didn't pair, at least. Everson's got that going for him. Man, oh man, can this whole thing brick out? The river. Is the 4 of hearts flush for Starrockers. That's it for Everson. He's been a force this entire tournament. One forceful multi-street bluff gone wrong. Left him with dust, and now he is left with nothing. Alexander Everson eliminated in 10th place.
Yeah, redraws.
Now what this means, Finton, is that we're going to have the final redraw of the tournament
Next year's EPT Barcelona should be even bigger, as it hosts the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Pros and amateurs will be looking to repeat the success of Ramon Kalilas, who took down the first Players Championship for $5.1 million. There's the chance to win free entry to PSPC 2020, with platinum passes being awarded live and online. You can win yours at PokerStars.
It's got to be a great feeling to know you've locked up at least 121,000 euros. Action. Now on Simon Branstrom. Holds 8-5, moves out. Fold, fold, fold. Sadu once again. This time he's got an ace on the button. He is the shortest stack. There they go, into the middle. Will someone wake up with a hand good enough to call? I'd say so. I'd say so. Bracco shoves over the top in an attempt to isolate. Will it work? Oh my goodness. Sweet, sassy Molassie. I do not think isolation is going to happen. We could potentially have a double elimination. Sousa's got the jacks, he's got the chips. What an absolute cooler.
Yeah, there's no way he's going to fold the jacks here. Button versus small blind for these stack sizes. He's going to have to call, and there's going to be two players at risk.
Isolation, consternation. How unfortunate for Bracco to run into such a big hand. Now, we know he would be flipping if it weren't for the fact that at least one other ace has been folded. So jacks are doing pretty well against two hands, a 54% favorite. If they hold, we're going from 9 to 7 immediately. This is a big moment.
É isso, filho. Porra, perdi, eu pedi duas pessoas pra mim.
Pô, que você é?
Torcer mesmo, bora. Vamos conectar.
Everyone else at the table stands to ladder up considerably. This is a $110,000 pay jump for everyone else if there is a double elimination. 4 euros. All of it's worth nothing pretty soon anyway, so. All right, Clara. Ace high flop. Jacks for the moment cracked. Bracco, the big favorite to survive this and double up with a little to spare from Sadu. The turn is a diamond. Diamonds are not a factor in this hand, although there's a gut shot draw now as well. Sousa, that's why he's still at 14%. The river is a chew. Not quite a chew-outer, but that's what it's going to feel like. The best hand holds. Double elimination. Sadu out. It's come close on the EPT before. It narrowly misses making the official final table. Out 9th.
Yeah. Wow, that feels good. Getting 2 pay jumps.
Bracco out in 8th.
The biggest winner?
159,580 euro for Bracco. And look at the smiles at this table. Everyone else just locked up another 110,000 euro. Sadu.
Falcone has run into the kings of Giovanni Torre.
We know he's going to be all in and at risk here. Torre just doesn't want to snap call, get it in. Maybe one of his opponents will have a hand behind that he wants to call as well.
So you think this is going to be a call from Torre rather than a reshove?
I think with 7 million, when it's a 3 million all in, it's all much of the same. I just meant that he doesn't want to snap call so his opponents, you know just how strong he is.
Surely Torre must have used at least one time bank card by now. Granted, it took a while to verify the exact count of Falcone's stack. But he has announced call. Branstrom folds the ace-deuce. Lou is out. Starakis is in the small blind. And he's got tens.
Wow, this is a sick spot for the tens. There has been a shove for 16 big blinds under the gun and a call. I really feel like you probably have to get away from the tens here when it's such a huge final table with such huge pay jumps, but it's not an easy fold. This is where Torre's tank comes in. If he snap got it in, maybe he gives away the strength of his hand, but now the tens have a question.
Are we going to see another three-way all-in at this final table?
Could see another double elimination if we do. King's the best hand, covering both players.
Starakis lets it go.
You can show my hand too.
Ace-6, that's one of the aces gone. And of course the ace-deuce.
Ace of diamonds folded.
Folded by Branstrom. But I'm telling you, Vincent, this kid is indestructible. He may only have one out, but don't be shocked if it hits.
Det är lott för 10. Det är lott för 10 i den här handen.
As things stand, there is an 85% chance that we lose Diego Falcone and finish play for day 5.
Skönt att komma undan med 10 där.
What did I tell you? He's indestructible. Torre now has to spike a one-outer. Unless the king of spades hits the river, Diego Falcone doubles up again.
This will also be a good TV.
His story of survival has been one of the main narrative points of the day. He's now got 35 big blinds. Giovanni Torre becomes the table low man with 18 bigs.
Yeah. Such a swell. Yes.
I don't think Torre wants to hear about the fact that there was 2 aces folded right now.
Falcone on 7 million. Johan Starakis 5.5 million. Giovanni Torre 3.75 million. Bless you. Bless you.
Is your rule to only bless someone twice, and after that, they're on their own?
2 sneezes, 2 bless yous.
Your ace gone also.
Next hand. folded by Sousa. Ace-king for Torre, okay. The poker gods taketh away. The poker gods giveth, question mark? Opens to 425,000. King 10 for Branstrom. Oh, jacks for Lou.
We could be about to see back-to-back all-ins for Torre.
Well, he just got done by ace-king. Now he needs to win with ace-king.
Although, now we're getting some raisin chips.
For sure. 3-bet from Lou with the jacks. $425,000 was the original raise. 1.2 million is the 3-bet. Torre will probably respond all in, and Lou will call.
Yeah, just see one of Torre's aces folded.
There is the all-in. Lou just wants a quick check of the stack. Yep, he calls, putting Torre at risk, and we are off to the races. Ace-king against jacks. Classic race underway at this final table. And Torre needs to hit to improve. If he doesn't, we will be down to 6. The flop is ace high. Torre now a 9-1 favorite to double up. Wow, things changing so fast. Only a jack on the river will eliminate Giovanni Torre in 7th place. It's a 10, and Torre will double up through Lou. So now Giovanni's back up to 40 big blinds, a stack of 8 million. Yunye Lou is now the player at risk of elimination. He's the player with an 18 big blind stack. You like drama, you're in the right place.
I would have felt really bad for Torre there if it had been back-to-back hands. But he does get the double up, he's right back in the mix.
He's in the middle of the pack. Queen, jack suited, under the gun +1. And that's a raise to 450,000.
450, yeah.
Falcone folds. Sousa with 10-7. Also passes. 7-7 for Torre. Out. 9-6 for Branstrom in the small. Lou has the same hand, Queen Jack, but unsuited. Calls. And the flop is Jack, Jack 5.
Thank you.
Gonna warm up my vocal cords.
We're gonna nail this one, Finton. Now remember, it's 3, 2, 1, then you go. I will pause longer. When you hear it, we won't be in sync, but what the audience hears might be in sync, so don't stop. Stick with it.
I'm sweating. Sweating so much.
Also, just to put additional pressure on you, Spraggy nailed it earlier on.
No, I failed all week long.
Oh, look at this. It might not be a chop. Oh, great for Martin to be free rolling here. $500,000, the bet from Lou. Just a call. And the river card is a spade.
We jinxed him, James.
Don't lie, Finton. You're so happy that this is not a chop.
We jinxed him.
And Lou's going to bet big. 2.8 million in the middle. And he goes for $1 million. Nearly half his stack. Now the question is, does Martin raise and try and get the rest? Or is he worried about 5s, 10s or 9s?
I would feel if Lou had a better hand than a queen high flush here, he most likely would have used an all-in sizing. The issue for Martin is going to be with the jack in his hand, what is his opponent going to call with if he shoves? But I think versus size, you just got to go all in. Give Lou the opportunity to make the hero call.
Yeah, raises enough to put Lou all in. And what a horrible spot for Lou. Sat there with trip jacks on a straighty, flushy, paired board. And knowing that if he calls and is wrong, he is out.
Will he make the big fold and be correct? It's so hard to imagine what your opponent is bluffing with here. So little left to play for. It's just so unlikely that someone pulls a trigger, but you've got this far. The pot is this big and you've got trips. It's not a fun spot at all.
And yes, he's committed a lot of chips already. But the chips you still have, the chips you have left, have more value. He'd still have 6 big blinds. A horrible spot to be in, and I don't know how many time bank cards he still has. I don't know how much thinking time he can use here.
Just a horrendous river card. King, queen gets there. 7-8 gets there. All the flushes get there. What can your opponent call with on the turn and then bluff raise you all in with on the river?
He folds it. He gets away from the trips and he still has 1.2 million. Yunye Liu still playing 6 big blinds. Martin Sutsor playing 57 bigs. He's up to 11.5 million. And Liu will be wondering, did I just fold the best hand? King 6 for Branstrom. Been playing relatively snug. Still the chip leader. Liu is going to fold this one. And it's Johan Starakas who will raise. Now, we've commented before that his Sizing is significantly larger than every other player at the table, this hand being no exception, opening to 655,000.
Makes it a little bit of an awkward spot for the eights. Cutoff versus button. Martin's got to decide whether he wants to play for all the chips or if he wants to try and see a flop. Obviously never folding.
Just calls in position on the button. And with both blinds folding, we're going heads up to the flop.
Wow, what a flop!
King high. Top pair for Starakas, plus the flush draw. A set of 8 for Sutsor.
The question is, when do all these chips go into the middle? Will it be on the flop or will we get to a turn?
This orbit's playing like a highlights reel.
I don't think either player can really make a mistake. Whatever they do, as long as nobody folds. We can see check raises, we can see check calls, we can see small bets, we can see big bets.
Well, Starakas has checked. It's a bloated pot because of his pre-flop open. It's 1.8 million. And Sutsor's going to go for half pot, 900K. Starakas calls. Conscious of the fact that there's a guy at the table with 13 big blinds. Starakas has left himself 17 bigs behind. Queen on the river, on the turn rather, and that is a full house. Starakas has less than pot behind. Do you think Martin just pulls the trigger here, Finton?
I mean, he could go all in, but I don't mind seeing a check, giving his opponent the opportunity to catch maybe a straight or a flush.
Well, Starakas does not improve. Kings and queens, but losing to the full house of Martin Sutsor.
Pretty sure at this point Martin probably just wants to use an all-in sizing. Yes, his opponent has just check called once and then checked twice, but on this river, if you're going to be bluffing, you're going to be all in.
Well, Starakas has checked for a third time. He's going to face a bet. The question is how much.
Maybe Martin doesn't want to put him all in due to the fact, like you mentioned before, Lou does have the short stack and he doesn't want him to be worried about busting right now. This is a vile spot for the King 5.
No kidding.
The Jack of Diamonds, not an insignificant river. It could be a hand like 9-10 that stabs a flop now straight, Ace-10.
Loving the sizing, 2.5 million. Enough to get most of Starakas' chips, but not put him at risk.
That looks like a man who's about to use a lot of time banks.
Yep, just put him out in front, take him as you need him. Let me know when I've got 30 seconds left.
jack of diamonds on the river just makes it so tough for Martin to be bluffing here. But at the same time, you've somewhat under-reffed your hand. Check calling the flop, checking the turn, checking the river.
He's got blockers to miss flush draws. He lets it go. Folds and leaves himself with a 17 big blind stack. And we play on. 7-handed. Sutsor playing 74 big blinds. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the spectrum, you've got Starakis on 17 bigs, and you've got Yunye Lu, the short stack, on 13 bigs. Action folded to the button. Chip leader Simon Branstrom has 9-8 of diamonds.
Definitely going to be getting involved here.
Raises to 400,000. Lou announces all in. Ace deuce. And Starakis wants a count. He's got pocket threes.
Wow.
He reshoves. And Branstrom folds, so here we go. Lou is at risk and behind.
That was a very quick call with the pocket trays. Finds himself in great shape though, up against the ace deuce. Just a single overcard.
So now a 62% chance that we lose Yunye Lu and finish play right here. Lou's rail calling for an ace. No ace, but there is a deuce. That gives him 5 outs.
Front 3, and then you get 3 more outs.
Turn card is a jack. Lou needs an ace or a deuce on the river. Barry Greenstein!
The short stacks will not die.
And Yunye Lu doubles up to 4.5 million. He's now a 22 big blind stack, tied with Giovanni Torre. Starakis is now the player in the danger zone with 6 bigs.
What an absolutely heartbreaking river.
Flaming Barry's left, right, and center. Lou now 5th in chips, just ahead of Torre. Starakis brings up the rear. Okay, next hand. So hard to predict what's happening next, right?
425. So you pressed in yourself?
Well, Starakis is surely going to go with this, Vincent.
Branstrom is going to be priced in to call for the 6 big blinds. He's going to be all in back-to-back hands.
Branstrom calls. Well, we have seen the short stack survive over the course of the last 90 minutes. Starakis gets it in with 71% equity. If Branstrom sucks out on his fellow countrymen, we will be done for the day.
I just want to have fun. Yeah. Everyone to have fun. Yeah.
The flop is ace-high.
An absolute dagger in the heart.
Make it fun.
Starakis needs a queen. Or a diamond. 11 outs for Starakis. You feeling it, Finton?
Jack of diamonds.
The short stack will not die.
This time they will. Johan Starakis eliminated in 7th place. And what is the last hand of the level? We are down to 6 players. We said we'd finish at the end of level 32, or if we got down to 6. We actually get both. And Yunye Liu clung on, doubled up, and he'll be back tomorrow, along with Mr. Invincible, Diego Falcone, Giovanni Torre, Rui Sousa, Martin Tutor, and Simon Branstrom, who will come into play tomorrow as the dominant chip leader with nearly 18.5 million chips. Starakis cashes out for 226,490 euros. Well, this has been a long week. This has been a long day. How long will the final table last? How many levels will we play? How long is it going to take us to get from 6 to a winner? Only one way to find out for sure, and that's join us for our final table coverage.
I look forward to it. Today was, like you said, completely insane. Action left, right, and center.
Well, the blinds are going to be up when we come back, but Simon Branstrom won't be worried about that. He and Martin Sutsor are the big stacks coming into play. Liu and Torre, the short stacks. But anything can happen. As we've seen today, we could get some major swings from Joe Stapleton, Finton Hand, Benjamin Spragg, and me, James Hartigan. It's good night from Barcelona.
That might have been incredibly confusing, because that was 2019 and the exact stage of the tournament we are at right now in 2022. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to EPT Barcelona in the present day. Live coverage of Day 5 resumes. We are exactly at the stage of the tournament that blast from the past was from. 9 players remain. We're playing down to the final 6. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello.
We have been stuck at 9 players for some time, and while I do not want anyone to really go out in 9th place, it has got to happen at some point. Kehan Mockery won a huge pot, the biggest pot of the tournament, as we were headed to the dinner break, and we have 4 stacks that are sub 20 big blinds and 1 that has exactly 20 big blinds. It is anybody's guess who the unlucky 3 will be that will not make it to Day 6. We have already cracked this 11.1 million euro prize pool in this record-breaking event. 10th place has already been given away. 152,000 is 9th place. Make it 1 more spot and you make another 46,000 euros. Make it to the runner-up, you win $1 million. Win the whole dang thing, 1.7 million euros. Everyone at this point In ICM jail, as they like to call it, not a lot of maneuverability for most of these stacks, including Michael Pinto and Neville Costa, who both have 40 and 42 big blind. It's really all about Yarosh and Mockery right now. Of course, there is this golden trophy to be awarded to the winner of the biggest EPT main event of all time.
I also thought you had less than
Yeah, I tried to tell you, like... He said 7.5 beyond.
Everyone's back from break. Night has descended on Barcelona.
7.5
The rail's empty right now, but I would expect it to fill up before too long. No surprise, the Brazilians are taking an extended dinner break.
That's right, Joe. These guys have been working super hard. Several days of grueling, long poker, and a lot of focus, a lot of emotional energy going into these days. They're still out there. They're still having fun with it. They've still got smiles on their faces, believe it or not, even though we're here at the final. And yeah, that dinner break is extremely crucial. How many guys do you think went away and did some meditation, Joe? What do you think?
On average, maybe 1 or 2?
I would say that's an average. I'm not sure if I'm getting that vibe from this table. I don't know if we have many meditators at this table, but a whole lot of characters, and we're having a lot of fun following. Oh, my God. We are right into the action.
Fischl had no hands as of the last level, kind of was a silent participant in this final table. Blinds, by the way, 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante. Pinto opening.
1.9.
Fischl 3-betting to 1.9 million. That is a committing 3-bet.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we've got great chips in play now.
Oh, yeah.
Yarosh with kings. What is happening? That is, I don't even know what denomination those chips are. The black ones are 100K. Gray is new on the scene. Those are those million chip chips?
It might be million chip chips, Joe.
500,000.
Yeah, that looks more like 500,000 to me.
9.6 million is the 4-bet. That's enough to put everyone else at the table all in. Pinto with a fairly easy fold with jacks, which is crazy.
Oh, yeah, this is an ICM snap fold. Ace-King is basically already committed, right?
Yeah, Fischl cannot fold at this point. All in for 2.5. And Yarosh just waking up with an absolute monster. I was all prepared to call this a race, but it is not. This is a domination.
Joe's been cranking it during the dinner break. I was literally just talking to him about this.
Poor Fischl. Sat around. Jack Salter on the rail. Welcome back, pal. Went on around 15th today, I want to say. Fischl waited all last level to pick up a hand this good and runs directly into the second best starting hand in the game. Needs to spike an ace. 10 on the flop, not good enough. Maybe a Broadway draw on the turn. Keeps hope alive. No Broadway on the turn, so just one of the 3 aces is all that will save Fischl. Yaro's calling for cards when he's ahead. You know who hates that? Hardigan. 7 on the river.
Thank you.
And Paul sleeps with the Fischls.
And the rail goes wild.
This is actually, thank you, guys.
Thank you guys sounds like it's not even really his rail.
I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure his rail is the one behind him that doesn't even know what's going on.
Just cheering for the winner, which I can get behind. That's what we all do here. Paul Fischl finished off
I like you. See you next time, bro.
in 9th place. Seems like he had accepted his fate a while ago. And we're finally down to 8.
I think you called it, Joe. He was patiently waiting all last level, and then he just finds a monster, gets it in. And he's going to exit in 9th place, taking him 152,310 euros. Still a huge score, Joe.
And there's one reason for the rail to cheer for the winner there no matter what, and that's the fact that everyone just laddered up another 46K.
So huge.
From that one elimination.
But I wanted to take my time, you know.
Yeah, of course. I told.
All right, congratulations.
He's got to go back and leave a bigger tip at dinner now.
Spend some time, Max. Just go. He jumps.
Jimmy, how much do you have?
And what a run Yarrow Shazan.
Jimmy.
Lost the chip lead for exactly one hand.
That's right.
Now it's he and Ken Mockery who are hovering right around the 100 big blind mark.
Yeah, good fold from Pinto there. I mean, in my opinion, an absolute snap fold, but we've been talking about it. Probably the least experienced player at the table, doing extremely well in his EPT here.
Yeah.
But you know, makes a very astute fold. I think a lot of people can they can kind of fall in love with those bigger pairs. But he makes the right play for sure, gets out of the way, and finds that huge ladder.
And thank you, Ed K, for reminding me. We are now at our official 8-handed final table. We still have we have 4 players with 20 big blinds or less.
I think with all his hands he wants to play, just reject. I don't think he can open, reshove with the match.
Okay, I made 420.
Acosta, excuse me, Costa with a K. Makes it 450,000. That's 2 1/4 big blinds.
Costa hoping not to get accosted.
Correct.
Of course, it's sick to fold ace queen and tens, but you open it rebet. Even if you fold sometimes from the stand, like he has a lot of chips.
It's completely.
This is 100 big blinds, right?
I think. I'm not sure.
Oh man, what a time to wake up with kings. What an easy game for Patrick Jaros.
We're going to play a bloody hand, I know it.
Bloody hand?
Yes.
You know it?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're going to play a blood hand.
Like blood hand?
Yeah.
Like real? You're gonna mad? Yeah?
I'm just going to go suicide again, I think.
It will be like insane if you burn this deck.
I might want to go home early, man.
Or Jerison.
We'll see. Depends on my
Going
mood.
to take a flop with Jack 4 suited
If I
in the
had too
big
much
blind.
dinner,
I see 1 heart, I see 2 hearts, but I see top pair, top kicker for Costa. This might be, that dinner might be the catalyst we were looking for to generate action.
Yeah. I mean, not just the extended break, but of course coming back to a new blind level where everyone's just a little bit shallower than they were before. Currently 2 stacks sub 15 big blinds. You could say that's the danger zone.
Margerison being put in a spot here with the flush draw. He's going to use a big chunk of his remaining chips to see a turn. Does not want to just get it in. And that deuce on the turn is not a card Margerison wanted to see. The white chips value, people are asking, 500K. Margerison checks.
It's got to be a continue with ace king, right, Joe?
Yeah, you cannot give a free card here. I mean, obviously we know that because we see the hold cards for Margerison. But just in general, just plenty to get value from. And that's going to be a quick fold from Margerison, who now is the shortest stack and is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
9 big blinds for Margerison.
Oh, yes. I dig it. Yeah, I mean, guys, it should be pretty obvious, but ace-king is a clear value bet turn. Tons of stuff can still look you up there. And it's not one of the situations where you try and control the size of that pot. You want to be getting chips in the middle as fast as possible there.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going in pajamas. Tomorrow I'm coming
Joe,
in pajamas.
the energy of this table is so cool, man. Honestly, like, you know, this is a serious part of the tournament. We see a lot of people getting really serious at this point. We see a lot of very quiet EPT finals so far this year, and this is just the opposite. This is great. Everyone's very. I mean, we even had 2 players talking strategy. I think Pinto was asking for advice about whether or not the fold from Jocks was appropriate there. And another one of the more experienced players willing to have a conversation about that right here on the final table. You love to see it.
We play on, players. Guerrero, 19 big blinds to start the hand. folds the 10-7, which we're expecting. Jarosz taking this opportunity to raise Queen 8 from the cutoff. Bendinelli with King Jack suited in the big blind. I do not think you can fold to a late position raise from the chip leader with King Jack suited.
Ma'am, floor.
Bendinelli third from the bottom. Does not want to be getting it in before Scott Margerison, but cannot fold.
Yeah, water.
King Jack suited.
Over here.
Liquid, please.
Hydration, very important.
Ace, ace, 5. Bendinelli does have the best of it.
Okay, we do see a defend from the King Jack of clubs. Or defend a call on the flop. Probably
And
more appropriate.
Yeah, another 5 on the turn. Calling with the best of it. Aces of 5s with the king kicker. Jarosz can really put the pressure on if he chooses to. Doesn't, though. Checks back. Will Jarosz give Bendinelli a free showdown?
He does have Queen High, Joe.
You're saying that's enough showdown?
When you get called, it might not be. Once you see bet the flop, it does kind of give him more hands that beat you. Maybe some 5x, maybe some king highs. He could still have some sort of like straight draws on the flop, I guess, theoretically speaking, but the 3 would give him 3 pair. I guess he would be counterfeited in that case.
It's a bit of a tell. Bendinelli does put out a blocker bet.
Yeah.
On the river. And, almost just got paid off.
Oh, man, this is so sick. I mean, by saying what he said, he's already saying he's not willing to bluff, right? Because if he was thinking about bluffing, he probably wouldn't have responded in that way.
And makes the correct fold.
Good fold for
Sick
sure.
bluff?
On ace, ace, 5, 5, it really comes down to high cards most of the time, right?
Sure.
You're going to have aces and 5s.
In a single
with
raise
high
pot
card.
in that dynamic.
You have a hand you fold king high or something?
I have great.
Better than king high?
For that size, I don't think he ever folds king high, by the way.
Yeah, I don't have bluff, so maybe he can fold king high.
The Brazilian rail back.
I think he had something.
Something.
Yes.
At least.
I think he folded a 5 actually.
When describing the Brazilian rail, they're 10s, but
In his eyes.
that's it.
Sunglasses are on.
They're 10s.
I'm real scared of Gabor.
He wants to save the chips to fight you.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I say, fuck, this one blind I use their...
I don't have a bounty, you know. You can't win a bounty.
Okay, we're starting hand number 108 now. Blinds are still 100K, 200K with a 200K ante. We're getting up there now, guys. Don't forget we have 2 players in the official danger zone. 10 big blinds and 9 big blinds respective for Fabiano Kowalski and Scott Margerison. Bam Margera's son.
Jarosz out of the way. This is going to be a 1-2 punch, more than likely. Mockery, Jarosz, Jarosz, Mockery, until we get down to the final 6 we're aiming for tonight. Margerison forced to fold king 10 on the button. Bendinelli with 8s. Again, this is one of those awful, awful situations that Bendinelli would be kind of foolish to ship it with 8s here with 3 shorter stacks.
Yeah, this is a really, really interesting spot because 8s is almost definitely good enough just to rip it in, especially against one of the chip leaders, like the huge chip leaders, right? And for that reason, it does become kind of more of a shove. But as Joe's pointed out, there's already 2 extreme short stacks that are probably going to go. So I think you play it slow. I think the call is probably a better line here. But I'm honestly not sure where the cutoff is.
Well, and this is a dream scenario for Bendinelli. A hand he would have to fold so many flops. Lightning strikes. And Mockery is going to get 1 million folds, making this 300K continuation bet, just not this time.
Yeah, I love the size here as well. It does not need to go big to get the folds that he desires here, but you have to be thinking Bendinelli's going to have a relatively strong range to come along from this position as a call pre-flop against one of the larger stacks, right? So he will have like 10s here. He will have like 8s here. I'm not saying 10s doesn't shove some of the time. Sure, that's one of the things. I think probably a lot of ace combos might flat here too. Maybe ace-jack suited, maybe an ace-queen off even. Honestly, really depends on his interpretation of those short stacks. As Joe already pointed out, those short stacks are going to put him in ICM jail here. Needs to be extremely careful not to throw away some chips, not commit what we call ICM suicide on the final table. He's like, how do I get max? How do I get max? How do I get max? Who is this max guy anyway?
Hot. Very hot.
That's true, John Delano. I have said all tournament that 8s are the hand most statistically likely to flop a set, and it has rung true on multiple occasions. Bendinelli putting the raise in, Mockery out of here. And that's going to give Bendinelli a little bit of breathing room.
Where is Italy fans? Where is Italy fans?
It's Guerrero, Kowalski, and Margerison who are on the chopping block, specifically Kowalski and Margerison right now.
Oh, man, Joe, honestly, that flop can go really, really a lot of different ways, right?
That flop can go flop itself.
It's like, do I check raise now and get max value from all the ace combos? Do I let him barrel off because he's going to be super wide in this situation? Do I want to let him catch up when I've got a set and then I'm going to bust this tournament, which might even be worse than not getting, you know, max value?
Let's not nitpick. I know that you're not doing it. I'm just saying in general, let's not nitpick the post-flop play when the pre-flop play was about as good as you can do with a hand that strong and the ICM being the way it is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, like, you're like, I know I should play this hand, but I don't really want to gamble too hard. Flopping a set in that situation is, you're right, lightning strike right there for sure.
No. Same shirt, same everything.
I'm with Noon Droid. Flop was somewhat wet. Take it down when you can. I don't know.
But I'm not superstitious.
Yeah, no, absolutely not criticizing the play there. I think
it's definitely worth talking about that.
There's all kinds of merit to both the flat and the raise there. Given the fact it was rainbow and the aggression that we've seen, theoretically you might want to call there and let him barrel off, but you know, again, you let him catch up for cheap on the turn with some random hand, and then it's RIP, and you know we're talking
kicking
about
yourself.
We're talking about hundreds of thousands of euros worth of equity, you know, in these chips. So fair play, I understand.
Now it's Yarosh's turn to raise relatively light from relatively early Queen 9. And I would expect that to be happening fairly regularly, including the part where everyone else folds. Gonzo, I was not saying, lol, stop talking, but I am going to tell you to stop talking because you banned. Thank you for your comment. Do get in touch if you're brave. Hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter. Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Certain trigger words are going to get you banned, like be quiet, shut this guy up, this play is terrible. We're all about positive vibes only here, unless it's me, in which case I can say what I want. Yarosh opening king-queen suited. Margerison out. Bendinelli, 10-9, going to be forced to fold this one. Pinto, shields up. Probably not going to be necessary this hand, but we'll see. Pinto is reaching for chips. Sweet, sassy Molassie. Time to pay Grandma for the rub down. calls on the button with 7 high.
This Pinto's excited.
Mockery with Jack 4 is going to call with suited cards in the big blind. So we've got, right now we've got Pinto versus the 2 big stacks. Yikes.
But he's got an absolutely nutcracker hand.
He does have a nutcracker hand, but no one has the nuts yet.
Oh.
The flop, 10 in the window. Queen, 10, 5, 2 clubs. So top pair for Yarosh. 1 heart for Mockery. Flush draw for Pinto. This could get weird. I mean, if Pinto's calling pre with 2 clubs and then hits 2 clubs.
Seems like he's going to make a flush.
Seems like he's going to try to make a flush at the very least.
He's going to try. I mean, the Ocho.
$1 million. Wow.
Wow.
Yarosh bets $1 million into a 1.5 million pot. 2/3 pot on the flop. Really giving Pinto a terrible price here, or the worst price you can really give someone.
Yeah, I think you're still going to always call the flop.
You have to.
Yeah, you really do if you're going to play this hand. But he's, you can kind of see a little bit of mastery there, a little bit of finesse there. He might be picking up on the kind of combos that Pinto's going to flat within that position and going, he's probably going to have some flush draws here. I want to really punish those and not let him catch up for too cheap.
Turn is an 8.
Did I call it? I called the Ocho. I said the offsuit Ocho is going to be really spicy on this turn.
It is spicy because now Pinto also has a gut shot to go with the flush draw. And Yarosh is not going to slow down. Here comes a 2.2 million bet. Really charging this draw.
Oh, the Ocho keeps you in every time, Joe. I know what this feeling is like. Combination draws that never come and cost you half your stack.
I mean, we've all whiffed these hundreds, if not thousands of times in our short playing careers.
Oh, the
and Pinto's
Ocho
is shorter than most.
Not the Ocho.
Figuring out right now that calling is for just about half of his stack. Doesn't really even have a pot size bet right now, let alone if you whiff this and you're left. Oh, we've got a double gutter here, huh? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes?
We're up and down, Joe.
It's up and down. Same as a double gutter.
Oh, chat's asking me if I would call.
So many outs for Pinto, who does invest a chunk of his stack. The river's a 5. There's the brick.
I hate it so much.
The river brick. Yarosh first to act and is going to know that none of these draws hit. It just puts Pinto in for the rest. Pinto insta-folds.
Oh, my day.
And now Pinto is in the basement with Margerison, Kowalski, and Guerrero.
When you go away, you got the present.
Hey, thank you. Oh, nobody's here.
And Yarosh bending the crowd to his will. Is at 120 big blinds now. Now Kahan Mockery with 91 bigs is in a distant second.
I mean, just wow. Wow, just wow. This year I've had a lot of the same sort of combination draw, issues. It's just so juicy. You've got a really, really good draw, and when it doesn't come, it's so heartbreaking. You just think, come on, do me a favor. It's going to cost him a lot of chips there, but I can totally feel that what Pinto did there is reasonable.
I played with it, yeah.
18 big blinds, still
Yeah?
fourth
I don't know. You
from
don't
the
know.
bottom.
I have 2.1.
Currently
I
1,
can
2, 3,
count.
4, fifth in chips.
No. This is all I have.
As we go into hand number 111. Just a reminder for those that just joined us, we're still playing 100K, 200K blinds with a 200,000 chip ante.
Very good, very good.
And the rich get richer. Patrick Jarosh is on the final table of this EPT with 120 big blinds.
All the momentum, all the charm, all the style.
He took all of it from me first.
24 million chips on a final. No wonder he's smiling. He's having a great day today.
That was a bit aggressive.
I agree.
You know,
You know I'm lagged. You know I'm lagged.
he doesn't have to.
Huh?
He doesn't have to apologize to me. We're friends.
Folds the Bendinelli with Jack 8 suited.
I would spit.
Tempting in many situations, including this one, but you can't do it. Pinto visibly dejected, all in with 9s.
How can I continue my day now?
He's a dick.
I'm dead inside.
But I love
Mockery out, Guerrero out,
Yarosh. Like that's cash game style. We just shuffling, taking chips.
Was first
things like this. Nobody's like usual final table.
Gets it through.
Yeah, everybody. Actually, this
like robots.
3.5, 3.6 million.
Oh, Pinto. You can just see the wind out of his sails.
Much better than most.
Yeah.
It will be famous.
Looking sick. Wants a little sympathy from Bendinelli. Yeah, hey, here, let me tell you, I missed the up and down with the flush draw. What can you do? What can you do?
I get 16 million.
Maybe they make a home game for us.
4 to 9 drink.
The year of 2022
Really
Barcelona.
disappointing time to brick.
Yeah.
Finalists.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to be lucky as well.
So the offsuit Ocho is always going to cost you money there. Sometimes it pays off. But
I don't know how you knew that was coming, Nick.
I've just, I've seen a lot of that this year. I know what it looks like. I know what it feels like. The calm before the storm.
Just playing the game, it's just a game, actually.
And the game's playing at a very quick pace right now. People are
Maybe
ready
you can make some mistakes for a minute.
to find out who's going to be coming back tomorrow in the final 6.
Yeah, absolutely.
All plastic. Well, I care.
Back into it now.
Touch my big blind,
Started
please.
like.
Holding
You
round.
should be there today when you arrived. You were the
No,
there?
he was.
Was you?
On final table, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
No, day 5.
Day 5, he was. He was the
Goes to
second.
fold, Queen 8 suited. Mokri on the dealer button. Still second in chips at the moment. 91 big blinds.
And Mockery going to be opening pretty wide from the button. Tournier says Nick is the card whisperer.
No. Croaks is in fact the card whisperer, but I have him on my stream every Tuesday as he calls in the perfect rivers every time.
And Yaros calls this. This is the 2 biggest stacks taking a flop here. Top pair for Mockery. Bottom pair for Yaros, but also a gut shot.
Yeah, John Delano's right. I learned it from the best. Croaks.
King on the turn. Yaros checks. You can see Mockery firing this time, but no, checks it back. These two wise to stay out of each other's way. Board pairs on the river. It's always coming 7. And Yaros is going to take a stab for 400K. I see Mockery looking this up pretty easily.
Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward call.
He's going to...
2 pairs.
2 pairs.
2 pairs.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
No good.
And Mockery is going to take a couple of chips off of Yarosh.
Friendly.
Yeah, I'm very lucky at it.
I mean, Joe, they're really settling into this game. Like you said, I feel like the pace has increased a little bit. They're not taking as long to dwell on their actions. They're very, very fluid. Again, gives me real cash game vibes, right? Like friendly cash game vibes.
It's fine.
I think that sangria was probably a part of dinner tonight.
Oh, man, I could go with some sangria right now. They're having a great time. Whatever they're drinking, I'll take one too. As we round into hand number 113.
Again, this Kayanko.
Kayanko. He's trying to make my name East European.
Margerison under the gun with King 10.
He's trying to make my name Bulgarian.
There's only one move for Margerison, and you don't want to be shoving under the gun with King 10. There it goes.
Oh, yes.
Ace 5 for Bendinelli. Bendinelli with 29 big blinds. Again, everyone really handcuffed at this point. The sorts of hands you can play for chips, the sorts of hands you can play when stacks are more even, not the sorts of hands you can play now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, ace-5 suited, very playable hand, for sure. This is definitely a spot you can open if you were playing purely for chips, but I wonder if he'll shy away from it because of the fact that There are so many players that act behind him. I like that fold a lot, Joe.
Of course, of course. So just to recap, next player out gets 198,000, nearly 200K. Seventh place, 257,000. You're going to make almost 60,000 more by not going out next.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
What hands would you play? Pocket kings for Yarosh.
Look at that. You get rewarded for folding the ace-5 suited. Very apt. Perfect timing. This guy never misses.
How is this going to play out? What do you do, just limp here?
If I was Yarosh, I would be limping, but we'll see how he wants to take it down.
Yarosh does limp. Kowalski is going to take the free flop. For the love of God, don't make a pair. If you do make two, there's an 8 in the window. Oh, my goodness. What a flop. Kowalski flops a boat and is almost certainly going to double up on this hand.
Oh, my. How has he done that?
What in the world?
That's unbelievable flop.
This is, I just almost said the F. I almost dropped the F-bomb. This is crazy. 4 on the turn.
He's going for value, Joe.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's just 200K, no big deal.
I mean,
Kings. I mean, go on if you want. I mean, I don't have much here. This is just a small on big situation.
Kings will be the best hand here an unbelievable amount of the time.
This is wild. This might be my favorite EPT of all time, by the way. As far as the play is concerned, as far as the players, as far as the...
Yeah, it's been fantastic.
No king on the river. Wait, somehow Kowalski wins the minimum. Oh, wait. Okay, it was just a fast all-in. I thought it went check, check. All-in, call. Kowalski wins the maximum. Excuse me.
That is absolute madness, Joe.
Jeez, I was like, how did that even
I don't think it's even possible to go check, check on the river.
Thank God. Pardon me, everyone. It went so fast.
Look at his face. Look at his face. How did I flop that?
Sebastian Mezhin says Yarosh is done. No, I think he still has 106 big blinds.
Oh, yeah.
My dude. He's doing fine.
He's still massive. Don't worry about that. Didn't just blow up with kings for like 120 bigs. He's still good. And the chips slide towards Kowalski. Full double. Flopping a boat with 8-9 off.
Really hot.
I've never seen such a fast all-in and call before.
That was wild. That might be one of my favorite hands that we've seen today. Truly, truly unbelievable scenes. Kowalski, don't forget, doubling up with deuces versus those kings. That was pretty fortuitous. And once again, finding a beautiful spot, running into kings, flopping a boat for free.
I mean, there's no other way that could happen.
Really, really, really cool spot. And that means Kowalski is now up to 20 big blinds, out of the danger zone. Our shortest stack now is Scott Margerison.
Thank you, thank you.
And then Jimmy Guerrero with 16 bigs.
He was almost in.
Scott Margerison,
talking
7.
with him, and now you can say like five fours half an hour.
What a hand. Kowalski no longer in the immediate danger zone. Now it's Guerrero with 16 big blinds. Margerison with 7. Mockery still second in chips. Going to raise Queen Jack.
Oh, that is wild. I'm still reeling from that, you guys. I want to talk about this hand, but that you just don't see that happen. That's absolutely wild.
Kowalski in the small, 10-9 suited, the Grafton. Can you flop a boat 2 hands in a row?
Steward's inquiry. Kowalski, very pretty hand. I actually prefer 9-10 suited to Queen Jack off here, Joe.
Interesting.
Just like it's just a preference thing. It's just like a feeling thing.
Okay, Margerison in the big blind with 10-8. 7 big blinds to start the hand.
Oh.
Has 2 big blinds in there. Decides to peel. I see a 9, a jack, and a 6, so up and down, but top pair for Mockery. I mean, everyone's just connecting with these flops in significant ways. Mockery with a heart as well. What do you do if you're Margerison? Yeah, you got to get it in here. And Mockery has to call. Margerison needs to hit a straight. Or some other funky runner. Straight outs are the immediate outs.
Need a queen or a 7. Queen or a 7.
27% for the up and down straight draw. No hearts as backup. Needs to hit a queen or a 7. Listen to that rail, Joe.
Jeez, what a bunch of energy we've got out there.
What a bunch of lunatics. Oh, the tray of hearts. Not a good card for the 10-8.
Not a good card at all.
Quite a few outs are now gone.
8 on the turn is not enough for Margerison. A tough final table. You can see the disappointment on Margerison's face, doing his best to keep up the goodwill toward his table mates, but has to be bummed out to be the next player out of the EPT Barcelona 2022 record-breaking main event, cashing for nearly 200,000 euros. Everyone else ladders up 60,000. Everyone now guaranteed $250,000. We are down to 7. 1 elimination away from calling it quits for tonight before we come back tomorrow, ideally 6-handed, playing for $1.7 million for the winner.
Absolute madness, Joe.
You said all in, right? Okay. If you said all in, it's okay. Because you know you have more chips. Because you have more
There's
chips.
the chip stacks.
Like he put
Final
like
7.
1.5 and you have more.
Put a white together?
No, he put only black. He put like 1.5.
Just to put it into context, Guerrero 16 bigs, Kowalski, Pinto 20 bigs each.
But next time I will wait to be sure.
No, of course, but it was strange. I didn't understand if you said all in or not, and you just call. But yeah, of course, if you go all in if you want.
I heard it too.
Yeah, it's okay.
Even though the cameras didn't.
Yeah, it's okay. I believe you. Yeah, okay.
100% I heard it.
If you are not 100% sure. So
I am 100%.
you are not 100% sure.
I was,
Because when you told me that, I just think that I made this because I usually do sometimes.
But maybe sometime I did.
This reminds me of a classic EPT.
I heard all in. Sure.
Yeah. We just make
Chatter, excitement, nerves.
It's not a big difference, but like 300K, like 1 or 2 big.
No robots at this table.
Yeah, the energy in that room is just crazy. This is what it's all about now. Spectator poker. It's very rare we get the opportunity to enjoy it, but it's here. Right here in Barcelona.
All right, 1 more to go. To both of my friends.
I almost went all in.
Costa,
I almost showed.
ace-jack suited, Bendinelli defending from the big blind.
But he would be here.
10-8-8, the first flop that hasn't been smashed by someone in quite a while.
Sounds like ace-9.
Offer suited.
I'm going to take this brief lull in the action to welcome Maria Ho back into the booth.
Hi, guys. Seems like a very interesting situation. Mockery. Wow. From the short stack to this, I did see the queens versus kings, of course, before dinner, but I'm sure a lot of the players were hoping he would bust because he is a very, very tough opponent.
It's been action, action, action since dinner. I feel like we're almost halfway through the level, and we've played something like 5 hands. 10 hands, I think, halfway through the level. It's just been insane.
Yeah. The action all day today has just been off the hook.
Costa betting 350,000. Third in chips with 41 big blinds. And Bentinelli lays it down. Still looking to lose one more player before we call it quits for the night. Come back tomorrow with 6.
Yeah, for my range, yes.
I don't think I've seen this kind of energy at this stage of the tournament in so many years.
Queen 6 of diamonds. But like, I don't have anything.
Maybe it's a combination of the fact that, you know, we've had a couple years away from Barcelona, and also the fact that they're just Brazilian. Although the check rail seems to be building as well.
I didn't decide if I check raise or check call. But
there is 200 degrees.
Chip count update for everybody. Again, the 3 shortest stacks are Pinto, Kowalski, Guerrero, 20 big blinds, 20 big blinds, 16 big blinds. Up top, it's 106 big blinds.
I don't feel it so hot. Like,
Yeah, I love this energy. It really makes you want to go to an EPT, right? It makes you want to be at the EPTs when you're seeing these kinds of exciting finales. And, of course, we still have more action to come tomorrow. This is just playing down to the final 6.
Mockery giving it a think. Puts out a raise of 450. Ace Queen. Oh, Mockery called with 9s. Costa was under the gun. Raised with Ace Queen. Hardigan on the virtual rail says, in terms of energy, noise from the rail feels like a retro stream. I was just saying the same thing. Haven't seen this since the early days of the EPT. I was not here then, but I can recognize it from the footage.
Right, right.
Pinto is going to peel from the big blind with 8-5 off. Pinto, second from the bottom, is going to need to hit this flop pretty hard to take it down. Ace, Jack, Jack. Top pair for Costa.
Yeah, in some ways, you know, pretty straightforward for Costa. Pretty sure he has the best hand, but you see him checking it over to Mockery because you definitely won't be able to get 3 streets of value from worse many times. Okay, it said he checked, but it looks like now he's betting. But I agree that this is not really in this ICM pressure situation. It's not a 3-street hand. So sometimes I don't necessarily mind checking over to the big stack as well.
Right.
But, you know, if you see bet there and you get called, you certainly will probably slow down.
Yeah, no, I'm with Maria there. I think that I don't even want to say it's unbalanced necessarily. There are things that you might check there that where you have some showdown and you just don't want to inflate the pot, but you don't want to run into a jack at this stage of the tournament, right? And if they have an ace, you're still going to get some chips on a later street for sure. If anything, the check might even inspire them to think that you have, like, you know, pocket tens or, you know, some under pair to the ace jack jack flop that you still think might be good or whatever. But as played, seems good too. Certainly not a mistake to bet.
Actually, I know how we can make like.
So the France, Spain, Portugal answer to the W Coupe also going on in September. Full schedule released on Monday.
My defense was hot when
But there's going to be cards up coverage, same as we do for W Coupe in those localized markets. Make sure you tune in if you're at all interested in the Galactic Series.
Playing poker every day.
I mean, this table is really something else.
You guys, I've had the biggest grin on my face all day, honestly. This has been so great to see.
Gosh, is like having a giggle fit. Like, what's
I mean, he's been like this the entire time. Granted, he's been on top for a lot of this tournament.
Yeah, it must be nice to be king.
Kowalski with ace-king has one of those stack sizes, does not want to be the next player out, but ace-king cannot be ignored. Costa in the big blind with 10-8. Kazara says this is one of the best EPTs that I've watched. Same. And I've seen a lot of them.
Oh, for sure.
10 right in the window, top pair for Costa. Kowalski way behind now. Costa does have Kowalski covered. But again, with ICM, I don't see Kowalski getting in too much trouble with no pair.
It's just tricky to navigate the 18 big blinds that remain in his stack. Does Costa play this as a lead? Okay.
Yeah, that's a bit interesting. Not necessarily a line that most players would take, but could potentially save Kowalski some chips. I mean, granted, if Kowalski thinks that Costa's raising with some of these straight draws, I mean, leading with some of these straight draws, then obviously he would be inclined to take one off.
It's strange for Nick because he's not used to Brazilian on Brazilian action that he doesn't turn private browsing on for first. 4 of clubs on the turn.
In some ways would feel like a safe card for Kowalski, but you know, I would imagine if Costa leads the flop, he's going to continue. And now it's definitely not a spot you want to find yourself as Kowalski. You know, every chip is so important, and he's very clearly putting chips in, kind of unsure where he's at. And if you continue here, then, you know, what happens on the river if you brick and if you don't hit an ace or a king?
Yeah, I mean, if he's the kind of guy that leads, you know, 5-6 on the flop, he's probably be the kind of guy that continues to lead it for this exact size on the turn, right? It just feels like such a, get there for cheap, I'll get there for cheap. Maybe his ace high.
It feels kind of face up to me. I mean, literally, it's face up to me. I can see where the cards are. Maybe that's influencing what I'm saying.
I mean, like Maria says, it's very unconventional to lead top pair in these situations. I mean, there's a reason why they call it a donk bet, right? Like, it's very, very, very normal for you to check to the pre-flop raiser, which is where that term gets its name, right? It's just not a conventional line to lead in these situations. But if you are going to lead with hands like 5-6, you should probably be leading with some 10x as well, I guess.
Kowalski calls again.
It's working. It's working.
I know. It's going to be tough. We've seen Kowalski be a hero. Oh, my goodness.
I am out of my chair. Kowalski spikes the ace. Call, get there.
Flaming Barry.
And this ace will cost ya.
You know, sometimes it pays to be sticky.
Oh my goodness. Chases the pair draw all the way to the river and gets there. Costa now checks.
I mean, in Kowalski's defense, it was a really weird line, right, Maria? Why are you leading into me? It doesn't make any sense. I mean,
Kowalski now.
He can't even believe it. He's like, did I? I just got there. Now I don't have to be so confused as to where I'm at.
The dog that caught the car, not really sure what to do now, maybe.
If you guys are wondering what size he should bet here, nobody knows because nobody plays 10-8 like this in this situation to get to this point.
This is bizarre. Machi, what do you do?
He's got less than pot behind here.
I mean, I guess you're beating 7s and 10s now, right?
Yeah, but will 7s and 10s even call you? What sizing could you even possibly really make it, considering the stack to pot ratio? And obviously, all
that's fine. I don't blame you at all.
All busted straight draws aren't going to call, so what else can you do?
Brutal river for Costa. I actually kind of appreciated the line. I know it's I know it's unconventional.
He's calling with ace king because he's going, it doesn't really make sense for him to lead a 10 here, does it? So if you don't think he has a 10 and you put him on a straight draw, well, they all went away. You're not going to get any value from that. So yeah, it's kind of a weird spot. And I appreciate the check on some level.
And that was a huge pop for Kowalski. Moves from 3rd in chips to 4th in chips, but is crucially almost at 30 big blinds. It's Pinto and Guerrero, now both at 16 big blinds each. Lots of love in chat right now for the camera work. Agreed. Best in the business. The fellow with the gray hair you see fiddling with things, he's our director of photography, Bruce Baggles. A legend in the field, and everyone out there is the best. Flown in from all around the world.
Yep.
To provide you with the best looking coverage of any poker anywhere.
Yeah, absolute facts.
Kowalski raising, ace-queen suited, Bendinelli ace-10. Bendinelli now, by virtue of the fact that Kowalski moved up, is 3rd from the bottom. It's funny watching the players who know the conventional rules and how much they're struggling right now, as opposed to the people who are like, let's do our thing.
Make a tight fold.
Mockery folds.
Press the button.
Something good?
Kowalski
Nothing good
above
this time?
30 big blinds now.
Really? Oh, wow. Oh, sorry, my God. Fold ace 10 off.
Great laydown.
Don't push your luck, my friend. Once is okay. Because I did 2 twice, you can do once.
I'm not like him.
No. He...
Sorry, what?
We'll get to him.
You're speaking against me?
We'll get to him after.
Huh?
Let him have his day. This is his day too.
Yeah. I will tell you exactly what's going on these 2 days, yeah. I make samba jamba with this guy. He always go for 5 or 6 big blinds, and he makes some winning hands, and then he's here. Yeah. Samba bamba.
Samba bamba. That makes a lot of sense.
TV shows are going to be fire.
For sure.
Oh my, it's perfect.
It's gold, 100%.
You're not going to believe again, are you?
He gets down to 5 or 6 big blinds, then he does some hand.
No, he literally said samba bamba, I think.
Yeah, so hot, yeah. We should hack a little bit.
It's like a mix of just being a bit deliriously happy to be at this huge final, but also delirious of 5 straight days of play. And Okay. Not just sitting back, right? Like everybody's constantly involved.
It's anxiety with excitement, with joy, with disappointment, the ups and downs, virtual all-in coming here from Michael Pinto.
A little bit of samba bamba.
With King Jack from the cutoff.
We have to reserve that for Kowalski, I think.
Somewhat risky of a shove, does not run into it. Picks up the blinds and antes and puts a little space between himself and Jimmy Guerrero. Jimmy now the shortest stack with 14 bigs. Can the mods help us out with the blinds, please? The blinds are 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante.
Kayanko and Samba.
Look at that rail, getting deeper by the second.
Mr. Samba? He's first guy who's dancing and playing poker together.
Oh, no. Otherwise,
That trophy's going to sit there until tomorrow.
Otherwise, I would make
But whoever takes it down, it will be well earned. Probably going to come with a 1.7 million euro prize as well.
Kayanko. KN.
One player away from being done for the night. Next player out wins $250,000. Everyone else at that point will be guaranteed $334,000. Biggest EPT of all time. 2,294 runners down to the final 7. Guerrero shoves, Yarosh folds. Play on.
Tô pensando na mão aí, velho. O que tem?
Maybe Jimmy Guerrero has been giving away his Guerrero yerba mate to everybody, and that's why everyone's all fired up.
Everyone's on the yerba.
Everybody's all hopped up on yerba. Bendinelli, first to speak with 4 deuce. Okay, not the droids you're looking for. Folds around to Kahan Mockery, just barely second in chips with 20 million. Pocket sixes. Onto Yarosh in the small blind. 10-8, just ditches it. Doesn't want to get cute against the other chip leader. Kowalski with a non-playable big blind hand. Raise and take at Mockery.
Kayanko!
Oh, who wants to bring me one of those?
Good name.
La 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 la.
You know, we're one
EPT
elimination
Barcelona.
away
Oh,
from
having
getting
fun
a
now.
few ourselves.
That one elimination
Could take one.
the last one took a couple of hours. You can understand why folks would want to hang on for dear life. Who would want to even just not be a part of this, let alone miss out on the cash that's yet to come?
Another nice hand for Mockery in the hijack with ace-8 of clubs.
Queen 10 for Yarosh on the button. Folds. Again, just staying out of the way of the other stack that can do damage.
Yeah, it's all about understanding the assignment, right? It's us two against the rest of them. And then when it's just down to 2 players, we can battle it out.
I don't know how to pronounce this name on YouTube that says so boring table though, but I do know how to pronounce Yavand.
Jeg tar den ølen, jeg.
Thank you for your
Jeg
comment.
kan gjerne kjøpe en øl til meg, sånn som dere. Det ene det.
What's this guy,
Jeg
drunk?
får gratis.
Just kidding. A little Norwegian
Ja, en sånn en.
finally being spoken by Kahan Mockery, whose English is better than mine. Thanks for the love on Twitch right now. I assume that clapping was for us. I don't know. I just see
That
clapping.
was. Tom
Okay.
started a little clap fest for us. That was very nice of him.
Can we get some claps for Tom as well? That guy's been on triple, quadruple shifts to try and keep this chat in line.
Luckily, he gets paid per ban.
And he hasn't hit his quota yet, guys, so be careful. And now he's in the small blind, guys. It pulls all the way around. We got some blind v blind action brewing here. Hand number 123. King 4 suited, very playable hand. Benton only has about 22 big blinds, though. He's playing into Pinto, who's only got 17. So we're playing 17 big blinds effective. It'll be 19 big blinds effective pre-flop before Pinto has his forced big blind. Pinto looks down at Jack 10 off.
I mean, some amateurs will call it off with Jack 10.
Close.
Close, but no cigar. Thank you to the Norwegian speakers on YouTube who say that
in this situation, like
Mockery was asking for a beer.
if you have like ace-5,
Skull.
you cannot call. Yes, you know you cannot. 80,000. Don't call me with ace-5 in this part because
80,000 camp.
Yeah. You have to call really tight because of him. And of course, I don't push really wide.
Okay, I don't know if this has anything to do
gonna get
with
Samba. Don't do
this
don't do
table,
bullshit
but
and
why
I
do
get
I
you
have
there.
Enrique Iglesias
Okay,
songs
let's
in
get
my
you
head
there.
right now? Anybody?
I could be your hero, baby.
Big blinds and limp deuces.
It's just everything.
Yeah, but,
like it's a mix. It's a medley. I don't know. Was
Yeah, I
it?
think it's just you,
Is
actually.
it just me?
I tend to have your back in a lot of things, but I don't know what TF you're talking about right
This
now.
time, King 4 shooter is bottom of my range. It was the bottom of my range.
Dominating King 4, right?
Nobody was humming it in the background. Nobody was dancing to it. I don't know.
Mockery bumping it up under the gun. Ace-7 of hearts. Kowalski's turn with Jack 10. Kowalski's turn to fold Jack 10.
Somebody from Brazil here.
Rail check.
But that's Yarosh calling for the Brazilian. This is, I mean, this is so fun.
This is so cool. All the ladies in the house say, hey-oh. I just got, it feels like something. See, enough.
Costa in a spot right now. Folds. Ace-5 in the big blind, dominated.
It's actually fun. It's really funny.
Costa's third in chips, but it's only 43 bigs. Pinto, Guerrero, both with 16 big blinds right now. Have not heard from Jimmy Guerrero in a while.
Yeah, both literally and
They should play some
figuratively.
songs, at least. It's like music club.
Guys, I'm just going to say it now. I'm going to let Jarosh buy me a drink later. I will allow it. He seems
I'm going to let him buy me a car.
I mean, it kind of feels like they're all going to go out after and may not even sleep before the final tomorrow.
I'm
And
going to try 400,000.
just going to play on an all-nighter. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Yarosh,
How this can
second
happen
in chips, but not
on this
by
guy?
much, raising Queen
On
Jack.
time necklace.
I really hope they bring this into tomorrow, though. Honestly, I know we're only playing down to 6 today, but I really hope that we can keep the same atmosphere. I mean, by that time, everybody's just going to be refreshed.
Pinto shoving.
Oh, my days.
Wow.
Should not open more.
I mean, this is the chip leader.
You got it. You got it.
Not quite the chip leader.
Yeah.
100 big blinds. Queen Jack not quite good enough to call it off. Pinto going to put a little distance between himself and Guerrero now.
Yeah, not necessarily a spot that everybody would take to shove over the chip leader's open, but obviously, again, you know, if you expect the chip leader to be opening a bit wide and you have fold equity in your stack and it gets through, then it's nice. But it's still dangerous.
No, he should just 5. Maybe he has 5-3 or something.
Yeah, it's a little weird when you're not exactly the shortest stack, but tied for shortest stack. Are you the shortest stack, or are you trying to wait out the other guy? It's curious.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much in it between Pinto and Guerrero, right? I think I dig it.
Now Guerrero. Pinto's got about 33% more chips than Guerrero right now.
It's on the pass
after
now.
that steal.
Somebody's here. I don't open. No, but usually when I open UTG, you go 3-bet and he 4-bets. Yeah.
That was the other table.
I have like big advantage on UTG. Yeah? Like paper, like some paper or something. I don't know.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Bentinelli, Queen 10 of hearts in the hijack. Still has Pinto, Costa, Mockery, and Guerrero to act behind. Is going to open. Pinto at Jack-9 suited. Out of there. Just the blinds to get through now. Mockery in the small. Pocket sevens.
5.2. Playing on a final table with those guys.
Actually,
I would go crazy.
Actually, I can have the same.
He can be super aggro in this situation, Joe.
He absolutely can. Bentinelli can call it off with such a narrow range.
Right.
We're going to play a really funny final table.
He's only got about 23 big blinds behind. Yeah, boy.
Stack of whites. All in. 21 mil. No one can bust him. And Bentinelli has got to go bye-bye.
Yeah, I think calling it off with Queen 10 of hearts here, I think, would be pretty mental. I don't think we're going to see that.
No, I mean, I think he knows what he has to do. This is just a little bit of a needless tank. Just can't do it.
Stack of 20 or
3 million. I played 3 million.
3 million.
Barcelona, the birthplace of it, is always coming 7. I would not want to take any hand up against this right now. There goes Bentinelli. Somebody get Mockery a beer, will ya? Mockery now about 3 million more chips than Jarosz.
No, this is not floss.
A little more than 10 big blinds. There we go.
There we go. Now we're having a good time.
Maria, I ask this of you a lot, and usually you say no, but it is beer level, right?
Yeah.
Maria's like, it's the 3rd level of the day. It's not beer level. Thanks.
Brazil.
Just about 22 minutes left on the level. Looks like action has folded to Pinto with ace-10. Folds.
Might be a bit tight.
Costa folds. Mockery. Folds the button. Guerrero, blind on blind. Shortest stack versus biggest. Ace-queen suited for Guerrero.
From what ace would you do it?
Cheers, cheers, cheers. Salud, salud.
I don't think I open shove. I think I want to raise with your stack. No?
Yeah, raise fold.
It depends.
Guerrero taking an assessment of the situation. 14 big blinds. Announces all in. Jarosz.
You can have a big hand if you
What do you got? Reaches for white chips, makes the call. Deuces versus ace-queen. A flip that could potentially end the night. If the deuces hold, we are done. Guerrero's out in 7th for 250K. If deuces do not hold, we play on.
Guerrero was saying earlier that he feels like he's won a lot of flips this tournament. No doubt a lot of these players to get here have won a lot of flips.
like EPT Barcelona 2022 versus every other EPT. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Good flop.
Deuces are holding. One heart, one Broadway card. Jimmy's rail on the edge of their seat.
That's amazing.
Plural. Queen on the turn. Guerrero takes the lead.
Goes over to his rail and now
needs to fade.
A little bit of life.
2 outs, 1 card to come. Jarosz not sweating it at all. And Guerrero survives. And I apologize for not remembering Jimmy's girlfriend's name. I know that she's also a poker player. I do not want to refer to her only as Jimmy's girlfriend. T, thank you. T win. T delighted. That's right. She made the crazy fold with the full house at the PSPC. Jimmy's reaction to that queen hitting the turn.
I'm not sure if I should.
So not only do we play on, Jimmy at 30 big blinds, no one extremely short anymore.
I need your second.
Michael Pinto, 21 big blinds.
He's my bro. You fight with him, yeah? You're two good players, guys. You fight together, okay? Let me quiet.
Nice hand, Jimmy.
Thank you, guys. Sorry to do not bust. Sorry to do not bust, guys. Sorry. I mean, everyone.
We're happy to have you here, Jimmy.
Everyone wants to go home. Everyone. So Jimmy, goose. I can hear everyone here on the table, outside.
Not surprised that Jimmy's got his voice back a little bit after that big double.
No, I can play until 1 a.m. I can play until 1 a.m.
4.8.
Guys, I can play until 1 a.m. 1 a.m.
Wow, and another hand immediately.
Too good. No, I'm talking about Pinto. Pinto, Costa.
Bendanelli with ace
I
queen.
can play until 1 a.m. 1 a.m. I play.
I know.
Yeah. Pinto, 1 a.m. Pinto, 1 a.m. I can play. Until 1 a.m. 1 a.m. 1 a.m. guys. After I have to leave.
Mockery 3-betting with the worst of it.
Le trophée, il est à toi là.
Bendanelli is going to be in a bit of a weird one when it comes back to him.
Is this yours? Should be. Some of them could be mine. I'm not. You can take
just
it.
an uncomfortable situation, but decides to call pre.
Not call.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear. I didn't hear that part.
And that's going to take it down. So now it's Pinto alone at the bottom with 21 bigs, Kowalski with 27, Guerrero 30. Jimmy Guerrero just got that double up. Earlier we spoke to him.
Nice hand, buddy.
So let's take a second now to learn a little bit more about his strategy.
I play for fun. I like the game. You know, I like the psychology. I'm an instinct player, intuitive. I do my strategy. Like I want to gamble. I want to make action. This is the biggest EPT of the history. So yeah, I like a lot. But it's very intense. Like we play for big money. So my strategy is to gamble. But I play my feeling, you know. Sometimes I gamble, sometimes I went all in with ace queen, and then I fold pocket tens. I just intuitive player, like I just follow my instinct. I mean, it's very important for me to enjoy all the fans who are watching PokerStars. Yeah, I make final table in Monaco. That was in 2016. I finished third. But Monaco, I was stressful. Maybe now I'm more like smart. You play EPT, the biggest EPT of the history. A lot of people watch me. It's cool.
One more look at Jimmy turning the queen. Jimmy's trending up. "15 minutes left in the level." I don't think anyone would have predicted 3 hours ago that we would be on course to playing out the full 6 levels today. Although we do have a hand brewing here. Yarosh. Looks like Jimmy limped the cutoff. Yarosh made it 600,000 from the button. Back to Mr. Gamble. Jimmy's getting squeezed. And lays
At
it
least something back.
down. He just takes the chips.
Show me we need the finish soon. Show me one.
Show him one.
Huh?
All right, we're gonna see. We're all gonna see which one. It was the ace.
I saw king.
Looks like the ace of
You
spades.
saw it, bro. I didn't show. I didn't.
Showed both of them.
Too
I
bad.
didn't show. I showed them.
Your fault.
No, it's you should. You should.
He's a fair guy.
I'm so stupid. I didn't really show, but you didn't see it. I just showed.
I saw a king.
Awesome prank, Farba.
Okay.
Awesome prank, Farba.
Okay.
I think 3.9 maybe. Something like that.
Christ. Please get me into my hotel room, quick. What is this? I'm losing my mind.
Poker Paps dropping the classic show one, show both fallacy in Twitch chat.
Love it.
The only time that applies is if you're playing three-handed. Looks like Mockery is going to raise queen nine of spades for three of spades for Jimmy. Jimmy's tanking with four high. Nelly the small with three high. Michael Pinto folds the big blind.
That's so nice when you fold. That's so nice.
And with that fold, drops below the 20 big blind mark.
That's so nice.
Yeah, Mockery really hasn't had much difficulty in, taking down a couple of hands pre-flop. Just, players not having good enough hands to defend with, but also people, of course, wanting to stay out of his way.
Proshka says, I cannot remember such a good vibed final table for a long time. Great to see. Agreed. Once again, the Spanish stream watching something else entirely. Just really a big fan of the dealing. Kowalski in the cutoff with King Queen.
450.
You heard the man, 450,000.
C'est
Bendinelli out. Pinto out. Costa. King 6 suited. Probably a defend at 40 big blinds. Costa dominated.
Hey. Wat zeg je? Nee.
Nice looking spade in the window, but that's it for Costa. Kowalski with 2 overs and the straight draw.
Fairly easy continue here for Kowalski.
Yeah, it seems good. I mean, even when you do get called here, you're going to have tons of equity against sort of the one pair combos and that kind of thing. Sometimes you get called by worse draws where king high is still the best hand. Then to take it.
Everyone waiting for the vultures to circle Michael Pinto.
10 p.m. 10 p.m.
Still got 18 big blinds, though. Not super shallow just yet. Still a very playable stack at this stage of the tournament, especially with these deluxe blind levels.
John Charlie Designs asks, what is the local time? That's the time in this particular time zone would be the local time. Thank you for your question.
And I think what's nice about being the short stack is if you have fold equity in your stack still, as long as you can recognize some good situations to maybe shove over the light opens of some of the bigger stacks, then you can pretty easily chip up without really having to be all in and called, because, you know, the dynamics at this table will dictate that some players are going to be a little bit out of line with their opening range. And, you know, you still do have to rely on some cards, but it's not as dire of a situation as you would think. And you have the least to lose in terms of ICM, so you can take bigger risks.
Pocket jacks for Bendinelli. Mockery with some John Belushi Animal House vibes.
Oh, nailed it.
Nothing is over till we say it is. And Mockery does hit a 6. Never easy, though, with jacks. Bendinelli continues for 300K.
I dig it.
Mockery's going to take one off, and it's a set of jacks on the turn. Okay, maybe it is a little easy with jacks sometimes.
That definitely makes it a lot easier when you turn the set.
Mockery now with the Blutarski GPA 0.0.
What if he makes it like 800K? Whoa, the check on the turn. Very interesting. And the 10 of diamonds. Such an ugly run out.
Ooh.
Does Mockery ever turn his hand into a bluff here?
Yeah, I think sometimes they do.
Was that a slight grin? He's like, why did you not bet the turn with the king of diamonds? Here it comes.
You mind if we dance with your dates?
Oh, we hit the nail on the head. He's going to turn 6-4 into a bluff here. He's going to rep that diamond. Bendinelli's like, oh, I wish I bet the turn.
And this would be pretty sick if Bendinelli snaps it off. That face says it all, though. What a sick spot.
Yeah, and this size really keeps, you know, a ton of, you know, Mockery doesn't have to be betting with just the nut flush here, right? He could be betting with a few of the other worse flushes that think, you know, for the size, he could get paid off by worse, and that's uncomfortable.
I like Mockery a lot, but I kind of want Bendinelli to find the call here.
I don't think Mockery ever expects Bendinelli to be checking sets on the turn.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean,
Bendinelli makes the call and is gonna be very proud. Where's guys?
Oh no.
no.
Is it that there's no one there? Or they just weren't paying attention. One of them is sadder than the other, but I'm not sure which.
No, I think they were there because Bendinelli turned around and
to
tried
someone.
to get her attention.
He wasn't just pretending that someone was there, right? Like I would do at my baseball games. Dad, I did it. My dad's not there.
Come on, Dad. Stand up and take a bow. Daddy? Daddy? That is an unbelievably good call, though. Well played. Went deep in the tank and was like, I don't know. If you got the king of diamonds, let's go. Fine.
Five minutes left on the level. Would you have believed that we would have played this whole level without getting down to 6? We had 4 players under 20 big blinds at one point.
No diamond, no diamond, no diamond.
In his head.
Boom, 10 of diamonds.
No diamond, no diamond.
But still, it still works.
Yeah,
Works.
yeah.
At least works.
Action folds Acosta on
nice hand.
the button. Ace-5 off.
Good call.
Yeah, good call number 11.
Store brand Costco Kirkland sourdough.
Because he has a more flush. Like I give him free cash,
just
but
folds
if
it.
I bet the turn, he folds a lot of.
Mockery with 4 deuce.
Looks like a walk.
Respect Jimmy.
Jimmy's walking here.
Can you imagine?
I'm walking here.
Where is Jimmy? Where is Jimmy? Oh, Jimmy's here.
People told me you're very good.
Jimmy.
People told me you're a very good player.
It's so quio, yeah? Ace queen.
People told me you're a very good player. You're a very good player. People told
Very
me
good,
that.
but
Yeah.
what could do this?
No,
You like it?
poker player like Vlad. He told me like you are very nice.
Just 3.5
I play with
minutes
Vlad.
left on the level.
He told me you're a very, very good.
I have to give you a time bank before.
Let me steal.
I want to be fair.
That's very honest.
Vlad. Play high stakes cash game.
We appreciate that.
Yeah. Tell me you are super good. You're one of the best. Now I think the best poker player is like you on the Giuliano.
Action folds around to the blinds. Guerrero, Yarosh. Guerrero, Jack-10 suited. Here we go. Gonna limp in. Yarosh is not gonna let that happen. Oh. Wow, he just went through every chip denomination, almost checked. It's like he's spinning a wheel in his head.
I mean, definitely the hand combination for Guerrero, where if you limp, you
Here we go.
intending to see 3.
Here we go. 1.4 million in the middle, blind on blind.
Hello.
2 spades on the flop, but a pair for Yarosh. The pair is ahead. Guerrero is the favorite statistically.
Tra 1 minuto 33. Tra 1 minuto cambia livello.
Tabellen in je hoofd kennen. Jawel, ja. Weet je? Dat weet ik nog wel. Ik heb tijdens de fout gemaakt. Daar heb ik ook die pocket 5.
And Yarosh is betting pretty big, right?
I love that size.
Half pot. Really putting Guerrero in a bad spot. Remember Pinto? The draw he had, how many chips he invested, he bricked out. Was just given a terrible price, but had to stick around. Guerrero makes the call, nearly 3 million in the middle now. Likely to be the last hand before the break, assuming somehow Guerrero survives. I don't see how he wouldn't, but at the moment, he has lost the statistical advantage. Checks again. Yarosh checks back. Guerrero's going to get a free card. It's a 10. Guerrero takes the lead on the river. Top pair. Guerrero has been favored by turns and rivers. Top pair, good again. Yarosh slightly flummoxed. 10 seconds left on the level. Are we going to get another hand in?
Yeah, break, right?
It's break, yeah.
Yeah.
Break now?
What is the next level blind?
We are not going to get another hand in. The shuffle did not start before the level ticked over.
250.
No,
Still 7 players, 1 level left to go. Can these 7 last another 90 minutes?
Yeah, Vlad told me you are very good. Vladi is also very good. The ball, yeah, it's my ball.
Let's see the chip counts. When we get back, blinds are going to be 125,250. $250,000 with a $250,000 ante. Michael Pinto, the player most at risk, the player in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Kahan Mokri has been on top, has been on the bottom, right now on top. Yarosh in second. Costa, Guerrero, Bendinelli, Kowalski, all in a weird spot. We're taking a 19-minute break. More from Barcelona when we return.
Well, we're going to play against Ensan in this hand. He's on the button and has raised to 600,000.
Hungry fella?
Sam Phillips with ace queen. I guess he's going to play this, so let's sweat with Sam.
I think I like a 3-bet in this dynamic. And Sam's going to be raising pretty wide, and Latau is not likely to wake up with better.
The chip leader is counting out a re-raise. This is a 3-bet to 1.65 million. Latau folds. Ensan will play a flop in position.
Ooh.
Ace 8-8 with 2 spades.
I actually think I like a check here because it's hard to get called by worse, and I really don't want to double this dude up and basically be out.
Phillips continues for 1.5 million.
Sam's no dum-dum, though, so he probably thinks Hossein will get stubborn here with lots of worse hands.
Raise. Oh, he's raising.
Uh-oh.
That is huge. 4.1 million.
Well, we can't fold, but we also maybe don't want to get it all in. The sick part, too, though, is if we call here, we probably also have to call turn. This just got real.
Phillips calls. Huge pot. 12 million in the middle already. 3 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, this is not really a turn we can fold on. This is why I like checking the flop.
Phillips checks. Ensan going for chips. He's betting again. $3.25 million.
Such a small bet. I think we have to call, but I'm not going to lie. I'm scared, Mom. Scared.
I mean, he's kind of committing himself here. This looks really strong. It's got to be an 8, right?
Well, we kind of just have to hope that he's freaking out with spades or a worse ace. Have I mentioned we should have checked the flop?
I think Ensan's got an 8. I think Phillips has to fold this.
What 8 did he call a 3-bet with pre-flop? Exactly ace 8. Nah, man, we called the raise. We're calling now.
Phillips folds. Ensan did not have an 8. Jack 10, a total airball.
Hossein really is Ensan in the brand.
And he has reclaimed the chip lead. 21.2 million. Blind still 150,000, 300,000. Phillips on the button with ace-king. He raises to 600k. Latau in the small blind. Folds. Ensan in the big blind. Still stacking chips from the last hand. Has ace-deuce.
What's he doing?
Ace. He's racing.
I hate this if he's doing it for value. I don't mind it if he's turning his hand into a bluff.
He 3-bets to 1.5 million.
Sam's gonna have no problem 4-bet calling it off here.
Here comes the 4-bet. 3.5 million. Whoa, Ensan shoves!
Call.
And Phillips calls!
Well, this is gonna go down as a major punt, but ace-deuce isn't the worst hand to do it with.
The biggest pot of the tournament, 30 million in the middle, and Sam Phillips' tournament life on the line, even though he does have the best hand.
72% chance the poker coach doubles up.
Still ahead after the flop.
Low but safe.
High card. Just put a king out there. Don't even cover, do you? No.
Phillips just has to fade a deuce on the river.
7! 7!
All right, fine, 7.
It's a king.
Go, baby! Let's go! Come on. Hell yeah.
Huge double up for Phillips, and he reclaims the chip lead.
Oh, Sam Phillips, you have got a lot of chips.
To the delight of his buddy Bob. Well, Hossein Ensan has the shortest stack. He's locked up around 653,000. Latau's guaranteed 704,000. Whatever happens, Sam Phillips is the big winner today. More than $1 million for him. 90,000 euros still in play for the eventual champ. Ensan on the button. Pocket deuces. He raises to 600,000. Ace-queen for Phillips.
This could very well go in before the flop. Especially now that there's been a deal.
A 3-bet to 1.6 million. Latau in the big blind folds. Action back on Ensan.
All in.
He shoves.
Call.
And Phillips calls. We are flipping for 16 million chips.
Small pairs aren't so bad to 4-bet shove with.
And this time, it's Ensan who's at risk.
I got ace-queen against deuces.
Like comic books versus video games, one of these two hands has the slight mathematical advantage.
There's an ace in the door. Sam Phillips takes the lead. He's now a 91% favorite, and Hossein Ensan is about to exit in 3rd place.
3 hands in a row these two have gone at it.
Deuce on the turn!
Sam Phillips better be thanking his buddy Bob. Best deal ever for him.
10%.
Ensan now the huge favorite. Phillips looking for a 10. It's a 5. Ensan doubles up.
Things can change so quickly in tournament poker. Oftentimes there's nothing you can do about it. That's why you make deals.
I have no anti-chips anymore.
What's that?
I have no anti-chips. I'm such a loser.
You want some?
Have I ever won a pot at the final table?
Not many.
I'll sell you some.
Sam Phillips has lost more than a third of his stack, but he's still smiling.
Oh, next level is awesome. Then I can just check.
Is he talking about moving in or like a sweet guitar solo?
Ensan, currently second in chips, has ace-10 on the button. And he raises to 650,000. Sam's folded. Latao's got threes.
I'm all in.
And he is all in. And he's been called.
Another standard race. Sword and Shield versus Trident and Net.
Ja, I'm all in. Hatte Dreier als 30 geliehen. Standard Dreier. That's him. Ace on the flop, 3 on the river.
Latao, the player at risk. Well, no ace or 3. A ton of spades out there. Latao currently a 2-1 favorite to double up and take the chip lead.
7. Oh no!
What is it? 7 one time.
A spade will chop it. There are 10 cards which will eliminate Latao. But he survives.
Well, he's going to have some anti-chips now.
He doubles up and takes the chip lead at this three-handed final table. 20.1 million.
Not a 7 in sight.
So we're still three-handed at this final table. Andre Latao has king-queen on the button and he raises. Hussein Ensan with king-9 in the small blind.
Raise.
3-bet coming. He makes it an even 2 million.
I think I prefer a shove to a small 3-bet. This gives Latao a really nice price and still commits a lot of Ensan's chips.
The chip leader calls with the best hand and the advantage of position.
Candy jumper, yum.
Both players connect. Second pair for Ensan and Latao. Latao with the better kicker. And Ensan set to continue. He bets 1.3 million.
Even though he's the pre-flop aggressor, I'm not a huge fan of the C-bet. Better hands are never folding, and he's not likely to be up against too many worse hands, especially ones that can call. Even queens fold there sometimes.
An 8 on the turn. And Ensan shoves.
I didn't like the flop bet, and I hate the turn shove. An ace is never folding. He's pretty much only folding out, hopefully, better kings, and that is not much of Latao's range.
Why so much?
That is a good question, Poochie. But from Latao's perspective, I'm not sure this is a call. We know Ensan's been blasting off all over the place lately. But does Latao?
Call.
He calls, and Hussein Ensan is drawing to a 9.
That is thin.
Just 3 outs. Oh, we are down to the final 2. Latao set to go heads up against Phillips.
7.
The river card is a 10. Hussein Ensan eliminated. Latao going heads up against Sam Phillips with a huge chip lead.
And I'm going to allow this move. I mean, how many times in your life are you going to get a chance to do that? I wonder if he's going to dive into it Scrooge McDuck style.
And cashing an EPT 100 in third place for more than 650K is Hussein Ensan.
Sick run for this guy. Binks the seniors, third in the main. If he wasn't retired before this, maybe he will be shortly. That's a nice little addition to the fund.
And then there were 2. The German student against the American online pro.
How much you start? I forgot it.
Like a little over 7.
7K? Okay.
7, lol.
Phillips on the button with aces.
Oh boy.
He completes.
Hoping he can limp jam if Latau raises, and it looks like he's going to get his wish.
All what I have.
Call. A shove and a call.
This is for like 16 big blinds effective, so this hand plays itself.
Ace-6 suited, easy rejam. Ja, was soll ich machen?
Well, if Latau cracks aces, it's over. And he has picked up outs on the flop. As things stand, Phillips an 81% favorite to double up. A 6 on the turn, so Latau swaps 4 outs for 2. Phillips just has to fade a 6 on the river. Close, but it's a 5. We play on.
What you can do?
So Phillips has narrowed the gap between them. Latau still in command. He has Queen Jack on the button in the small blind.
And he's changed out the flavor strip on his candy jumper. In there now, bubblegum. Candy jumpers, yum.
Latau raising to $1 million. Phillips has him dominated with Ace Jack.
Domination situation developing.
A 3-bet from Sam to 2.65 million.
Andre probably should not be folding this, even though we know he's in jail.
Call. He calls in position. 5.4 million in the middle already. And Latau outflops his opponent, top pair and a straight draw.
Hits his live card somehow, youch.
Phillips does not continue. He checks.
Andre could check or take over the betting.
He checks behind. 3 of clubs on the turn. Gives Latau a flush draw as well. Phillips checks again.
Andre should start betting now.
No, he checks.
I think he's missing out on value by not betting there. He could even bet the flop, probably.
Deuce of clubs on the river, so a jack-high flush for Latau.
And it looks like Sam's going to try to bluff this.
Trying to represent a big club. Bets 3.4 million.
Andre settling in for a long think here. He knows he's only beating pure bluffs. And this seems like an awfully ballsy spot for a bluff. Andre's got the third nuts, though. Only 2 cards in the deck are beating him.
I call. He calls, and he's right.
They're black, but there's no club, buddy. His vision may be a little impaired right now from the excitement.
And Latau opens up a 3-1 chip lead over Phillips.
Sam's obviously not thrilled, but he's doing an amazing job just tuning out that rail.
It wasn't that long ago that Phillips was a huge odds-on favorite to win this tournament. The momentum has shifted, and Andre Latau has all of the chips and is within touching distance of the historic EPT 100 main event trophy. Blinds now 600,000, 1.2 million. We've never played this blind level before.
I'm scared.
Phillips forced to make a move.
How much you have?
With blinds this high, no shib. It's all going in here.
I call.
Latau calls, and this could be it.
Sam's drawing quite live.
7!
He does realize his opponent has a 7, right?
7, 8, a diamond.
I like our odds here.
I like Abraham Stinkin's optimism.
Latau with 59% equity on the verge of victory. Sam Phillips looking for help. But it's a king-high flop. Phillips could be drawing dead on the turn.
6 of diamonds, yeah.
It's a 9. Sam picks up a gut shot.
He's sweet.
Unless there's a 6 on the river, we have a winner. It's
to king. Latau takes it down. Sam Phillips walks away with the most money, but Andre Latau is the EPT 100 champion.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars EPT here in Barcelona. And this record-breaking event, breaking records for numbers, breaking records for excitement, breaking records for prize money distributed. Live coverage of the business end of day 5 from Casino Barcelona on the beautiful Catalan coast. We're down to the final 7 players of the 2,294 who started. Everyone, we're going to get to prize money in a second. These are the chips as they stand. Paul Fischel and Scott Margerison, the last 2 eliminations. Michael Pinto, now the shortest stack with 15 big blinds. Kahan Mockery has been on top. He's been on the bottom. He's been in the middle. But right now, he is on top. You know who else is on top? Other than Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton, my good friend and co-commentator, Nicholas Walsh.
Oh yeah, we here. How's it going?
Players are coming back from break. I said we'd get to the money in a second. Here's what they are playing for. Ideally, one more of these will be awarded tonight. 7th place, 257,000 euros. Weird things happen. Sometimes there's a double knockout. We might make it to the end of this 90 minutes without losing a 7th place finisher. So if that happens, we're coming back tomorrow with 7. Margerison, the last player out, scoring nearly 200,000 euros. But tomorrow, it's all about those 2 big prizes up top. 1 million for second, 1.7 million for first. Maybe we'll see a deal. That's a lot of money to play for between first and second, but we won't find out until we get there. Blinds now, 125,000, 250,000 with a 250,000 big blind ante. Pretty exciting stuff last level, eh, Nick?
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the best footage I've seen from an EPT ever, certainly this year. Very excited to see how we're going to play out now. Let's see what the guys are doing back at the main feature table. The only feature table, the final table, in fact. Main event day 5, final table gets underway right now.
Official final table reached at 8.
Let's go.
Michael Pinto, the player in blue there, the sunglasses on his head, in the most immediate danger. Has a pretty great story, nearly died a few months ago. Decided life was for living. Started taking poker more seriously and is at a final table of the biggest EPT main event in history.
So folds round, little blind v blind action here. Jarosh in the small blind with 9-5 off. Pretty weak holding, but he is the second chip daddy here.
And can certainly put some pressure on Fabiano Kowalski in the big blind, who has 22 blinds, good for second from the bottom. Kowalski's got a hand, though. Queen 10 suited. Jaros is not putting pressure, is just limping in. And Kowalski's going to play it safe, just take a free flop. Really not a fox who says no one cares. Hopefully you won't care that you're banned. Thank you for your comment. Top 2 pair for Kowalski. Jarosh going to take a stab at this anyway with a gut shot. Kowalski flops pretty big here. Has to tread relatively lightly. Still does not want to get into some cooler situation.
Yeah, he might be tempted just to raise it up right here, right now. Just protect his hand. Obviously, a 9 or a jack is kind of a scary turn, right? Because complete some of those 1-card straights.
And this is the safest way to play a raise right now.
Yep.
Get the money in while you're almost certainly ahead.
Seems good. I like the bet from Josh. It's like, you know, you're going to take that down a lot of the time.
Absolutely.
Tons of folds. You got a gut shot to help you out as well, but once you see the raise, you don't have much other chance to win the hand. Little cheer from the rail. I was just in there just a moment ago, Joe. Whatever we're getting over here, which we're already picking up on some of those vibes, the actual vibe in the room is even more electric.
I don't doubt it. If we're feeling it this much through the airwaves, imagine being in there.
Yeah.
I try to stay out of the room. I don't want to see spoilers.
I understand.
I like for it all to be fresh here, straight off the dome.
This is the final.
Kowalski still. Kowalski and Bendinelli right now tied at second from the bottom. It's Michael Pinto, who is most at risk, 15 big blinds.
Everybody's out of their minds and nobody's drunk. They're just like this.
No, they are drunk.
No.
No, they are drunk.
Those two are very drunk.
They drink a lot.
Let's not point fingers, especially toward the booth.
They don't say anything.
Gahan Mockery makes it 500,000. He is the chip leader. Pocket nines for Guerrero. Guerrero was all but eliminated. Won a flip to stay alive. Now sits around 30 bigs to start the hand. Against an open from the chip leader.
Yeah, I mean,
safe to say nines is probably going to be ahead, but again, you just don't want to get yourself in a situation where somehow you get coolered and eliminated in 7th place.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joe. That was exactly what I was going to say. He's right in the middle of the pack, which means he's feeling that the most. He is at risk against the chip leader, and there are still 3 stacks that are smaller than his, although I have to say the 2 stacks directly beneath his, he's 29 big blinds currently, and then it's 26 blinds, 26 blinds beneath.
Guerrero moves all in, throws caution to the wind, decides to take a stand against Mockery. Kowalski asking for a count, ace-king suited.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wee wah.
Kowalski is covered by Guerrero. What an insane spot to be in right now. To know that you could be flipping for your tournament life. You could be behind. Unlikely, but possible.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance Kowalski can fold this. He's not the shortest stack, but he is second.
And this is an interesting situation because both Kowalski and Guerrero have run super hot when all in for their tournament lives.
Yeah.
Against each other, I don't know who's going to come out on top.
Absolutely. Wow, big moment. You can see some signs of stress here.
All in.
Yep, there it is.
Kowalski all in. There's still the big blind to get through. Okay, Bendinelli does fold the big blind. There goes Mockery. And we're flipping. This time, Kowalski at risk. One of the biggest flips of all time. Like love versus money. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Kowalski needs to hit. Guerrero, the slight favorite, wants to know what other folks have folded. The Brazilian rail was already on its feet, but if they could be any more on their feet, they'd do it. Jarosz hanging with his rail. Jimmy's girlfriend and professional poker player, partner I should say, waiting with bated breath. T win. I honestly don't know. Both of these guys have survived every all-in, obviously, or they wouldn't be here. Huge flip for hundreds of thousands in equity. Clean flop for nines. Kowalski needs to hit to survive. misses the turn. One card to come. If nines hold, we're done for the night. The river is a king. We play on.
Wow.
Kowalski, it's the Miracle River King.
And the crowd go wild, Joe.
The Brazilian rail does what it does best. Pumping this room full of energy. Guerrero finally loses a flip and is now left with 3 big blinds. Kowalski nearly overcome with emotion.
Wow, what a moment. You're here on this huge stage, Joe, and that river is just massive.
Guerrero devastated. It came in dramatic fashion. It was a 50-50. Remember, it did feel like a Miracle River. 50-50 before the flop. Poor Jimmy Guerrero. Let's focus on the positive. Kowalski, his reaction to the king.
Oh, man, this guy's been running so hot in this tournament, Joe.
Should have been broke last night. Got it in deuces versus kings, or close to it. T wins reaction when she sees the king. Look at Jimmy. Knows what's really important. Gives his partner a kiss on the cheek. That was really touching.
Like you said,
doesn't move away in disgust. Doesn't look. A lot of us, right, would be like, ugh. Hey, we're still a thing. This is poker.
Just like money or love, one of these two things.
That's right. That's right.
We both know what wins in the end, Joe.
What T wins.
Wow. The atmosphere here is unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. That was an incredible turn of cards for Kowalski. This guy is running like Omega hot this tournament.
Jimmy Guerrero, it's hard not to feel for whoever was going to end up on the wrong side of that coin flip. One more time for Kowalski and his rail. The joy. Jeez.
Wow. Absolute scenes. Jimmy Guerrero down to 3 big blinds now, guys, so he's going to have to spin that up.
And action is on Jimmy. Ace-7 could be worse. Could be a worse hand to get it in with. The big blind is going to be all but obligated to call Jarosz out.
750.
Kowalski asking for a count. He's got an ace on the button. For Guerrero's sake, we can hope that maybe it's lower than a 7. Kowalski makes the call. Bendinelli in the big blind. Excuse me, Bendinelli in the small blind folds. Pinto in the big. Also is going to call. So Guerrero with the chance to triple up. Action will remain on the side between Kowalski and Pinto.
2.5, right?
We know Pinto's got a jack. All right, both these players powering through this hand with one eye open, more or less. Guerrero could more than triple up here. A 7's not a terrible card to have in this spot. 10-8-6, a gut shot for Guerrero. Pinto moves all in. Kowalski folds. Pinto shows. Jack 8 for a pair of 8s. Guerrero is in big trouble.
Deve holdare Jack 8. 10-8-6. 10-8 flop, Jack 8 deve holdare contra.
Guerrero's going to need to see a gut shot or an ace or running 7s to remain in this tournament.
Jimmy's been quite the character. Every single player at this table participating to make this one of the most fun, vibrant, penultimate days I've ever been a part of.
Absolutely.
Ninguém gritou, velho. Ninguém viu. Ele tava lá em cima.
All right, dealer. Pinto's ready. Guerrero's ready. Ace of spades on the turn. Guerrero takes the lead.
Yeah, I had this.
10 on the river. Guerrero survives again.
Still in the tournament.
Has yet to lose an all-in for his tournament life.
We will play until 2 a.m., guys.
Pinto and Guerrero now both with 10 big blinds each.
I'm a super professional short stack.
He's a professional short stack, Joe.
Short stack. We play until 2 a.m. 2 a.m., guys. 2 a.m.
Sorry? What do you say?
We play until 3 a.m.
We're not playing till 3 a.m. no matter how you slice it. We're going to be done after this level, I'm pretty sure. But I love the spirit.
Yeah.
Jimmy Guerrero, that's right. Chipping a chair. That's why I coined the phrase back in 2014. It ain't over till it's over. That one's not mine.
Yeah, this guy hanging in there. Both Kowalski and Guerrero flipping extremely well during this tournament. Guerrero obviously losing to the ace-king of Kowalski, but he's still in. That's a huge pickup, 10 big blinds. We've seen the shortest stack become the biggest during this final table.
Can we get some paper cups for those glass beer bottles? I'm surprised it took that long for this chant to come out.
What's going on?
What's cool about this is I don't know where one player's rail ends and the other begins. Everyone's just cheering on the entire room.
We should play one.
We should go ask him to go, oh, wait, there's a final table going on? I just thought it was a party.
They play only 10K.
Don't play football game.
Who are you here for? Oh, I was just playing blackjack upstairs and I heard the chanting came downstairs.
I'm just here for the Estrella.
Three friends.
Guerrero, queen 9 suited, now up to 10 big blinds. What?
He's all in.
He's all in with queen 9 suited. Bendinelli with ace 4. I mean, he is going to ask for a count. I don't know how you can put someone on queen 9 suited here. You would think after just tripling up, after snatching life from the jaws of death, that maybe you take a hand off, that you might fold queen high from early position. But Guerrero plays with heart.
Sweaty, what the
Bendinelli maybe been put in more difficult spots than anyone else this entire final table.
I don't know. I think it's too much to call, Joe.
I agree. It's too much to call and just not quite good enough. But I can understand the temptation of wanting to finally put Jimmy Guerrero to bed. Pinto folds queen 9.
Folds the same hand.
And it looks like Costa's going to ditch ace 3 in the big blind. Jimmy having his way with the all-in triangle. Not sure what's going on. And yes, he did just headbutt the all-in. I've certainly never seen that before.
It's a new move.
I can't believe
Joe, this table's gone, man.
This table is gonzo.
This table is lit.
Maybe you, maybe.
Oh no, he's crazy too. He's just quiet today.
He's just flexing. He's trying to say to his opponents, "You think I'm scared? I'm not scared."
Let's see that in slow motion.
Wow, the prowess.
The Pele header.
Just wait till tomorrow.
Into the table. There's a lot of electronics in there, guy. Take it easy.
We're gonna overtake Brazil.
Now, if we don't start picking up the hold cards from his seat, we know why. It's like 10,000 wires in there. Confirmation from the head honcho. We are definitely finishing at the end of this level if we do not somehow get to 6.
All right.
This table has lost it.
There's enough wires in that table to go around the world 3 times, Joe. Fun fact.
No, pretty close.
He's not afraid to get it in, you guys. He's willing to head the red triangle of death at any time.
Pinto on the button with ace X.
Is that worth 2.5?
Twitch chat says that triangle is only 2 weeks away from retiring.
Trocadero says, we're watching the best tournament and best final 8 ever. This is legendary. Mockery makes the call with 4 tray of diamonds. 4 of spades on the flop is a pair for Mockery. Mockery quickly checks. Pinto shoves. Is Mockery going to call it off with just a 4? Has the chips. We'll never know what that other card was.
You know, Joe, I hope footage from this gets around to any individual who has played or is going to play in EPTs moving forward, so we have more like this. Because this is great.
Amsterdam.
This could be a turning point for poker. Folks have been having a lot of complaints about the current state of poker, the personalities, the tanking time, the roboticness of it. None of that.
None of that.
At this final table, this penultimate day at the record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event 2022.
Chat, I think we should make it mandatory from today to header in the red triangle of death if you are all in. And you get like style points, you know? A bonus 500 chips for each style point you're awarded from your peers.
Bentinelli, queen tray, and the hijack. Yep, nada. Gotta let it go. Michael Pinto. 14 big blinds, ace jack. Jimmy Guerrero still the shortest stack. And Pinto is not gonna shove. He's just gonna raise to 500,000. Costa out, Mockery out. Guerrero in the big blind. 5-4. And he's going to headbutt the 5 high right in the muck, metaphorically. Basque RB says, someone give those spectators a chair. Why? They'd just be on their feet immediately anyway. Okay. Everyone's having a good time. Don't be a jerk in chat right now, guys. We're all in a good mood. We're all having fun.
Yeah.
I'd like to read a tweet from Patrick, who says, no, let's take a look at the chip counts instead. That's more important. So Mockery, just for translation, 75 big blinds. Bottom is Guerrero with 10 big blinds.
What's happening? I just can't believe it. Yeah, of course.
Kowalski under the gun. Third in chips with 54 big blinds. I wonder if I could still make my dinner reservations from 3.5 hours ago.
They might let it slide if they're watching this final
Maybe,
table.
hopefully they're watching. If this was a movie, like everyone in Barcelona would be like watching the like TVs in the restaurants and stuff. Yarosh does make the call and flops a set of 5s. Kowalski does have the ace of diamonds.
What a time to flop a set.
Unfortunately for Yarosh, Kowalski hasn't really connected much with this and is going to play extremely cautiously against Yarosh as one of the only 2 players that can bust him.
Die ene hand dat hij all-in ging, had hij 3 bb.
King on the turn, Kowalski does not catch up.
But he does gain a gut shot to the nut straight.
That's true.
Ik call 2 bb. Ik frontschofte omdat ik hem wil protecten 1 op 1, maar hij heeft hem gewonnen van me. En nu de ethische aasman heeft hij 8 outs.
Yarosh checks.
Dan kan ik bijna volledig
second time. And Kowalski checks back a second time. Kowalski will not bite. Probably pretty happy to take the ace-queen high showdown at this point. Yarosh maybe not going to let that happen.
Yep. My thoughts exactly, Joe. Although, being first to act, he's probably going to want to put some chips in here to get paid by something. There was 1.375 in the middle. He is going to bet.
The Jason says, I ran out of smokes 2 hours ago. I'm not going anywhere until this is resolved. The EPT Barcelona has beaten nicotine addiction.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any better, Joe. We're out here improving people's lives.
Kowalski makes what he thinks might be a bad fold. Was a very good fold.
I can't win against him because they don't scream.
I can't even believe we're still going, and it's still great.
So just a reminder, guys, blinds are still 125,000, 250,000 with a 250,000 chip ante. And at the moment, everyone's eyes are on Jimmy Guerrero, who's only got 10 big blinds to start the hand here. He has the one most at risk, although anything could happen as we go into hand number 142.
Bentinelli with another fun hand any other time. Now in the bin. Yep.
Bentinelli folds from Utka.
Utka, all right, I like it. Guerrero, queen 10 on the button. 10 big blinds.
Yeah, I like the ship here, Joe.
Ships it.
Gonna put it all in.
Fold from Yarosh. Kowalski, almost a pair.
Oh, no big blind special.
When I say almost a pair, what I mean is he had one card and another card that didn't match up.
Almost back.
Yeah, that's what you want when you're shipping those queen 10.
You don't act
I mean, you don't mind if you get called by like pocket fives there. It gives you a shot to double through, but winning it all at non-showdown is also a cool way to build your stack too, without putting your tournament life at risk.
25 more.
What do you think, chat? Would you rather get a flip there as the shortest stack, or would you rather take it down in non-showdown? Get your votes in now.
Non-showdown. Can I vote non-showdown?
Okay, Joe can vote non-showdown.
Yeah, we really play some cash game and some pop.
Yeah.
Pine Sama asks, what is the triangle? The triangle is to indicate that a player has moved all in, as in bet the maximum. This is no limit Texas Hold'em. So you can bet all of your chips at any point. And when you do that, you get the triangle. Again, what are the Spanish people watching? Not sure. Screaming right now. Mockery raise, queen 9, king 10 suited for Kowalski. And Kowalski's just gonna call. Bentinelli, come on, have a hand. Oh! I think that counts.
Là, ils savent pas qu'on va jouer jusqu'à 2h du matin.
That counts too.
I'm pretty sure two red aces counts as a hand.
Yeah, and it's a big blind special as well, Joe. Wakes up with it in a spot where he can squeeze. And the squeeze we've seen many times can be much, much weaker than this. It can be a bluff 3-bet squeeze. What's the size? 500K was the initial open.
I mean, Bentinelli's been playing so snug. I'm snap folding both of these hands.
I mean, something like 2 million seems about right. I think given the stack depth, 1.65 is going to be the size instead. I really like that slight size down, especially given the fact that he started with around 25-ish big blinds.
Is he getting the right price?
I'm not sure.
Nick counting on his fingers. You want to throw your toes in there too?
When in doubt, do the count.
How much do you have actually?
Happy Bentinelli finally picked up a hand, even if there wasn't any action on it. Plenty big pot to pick up. Bentinelli now ahead of Costa, Pinto, and Guerrero.
After the next hand, I will have 8.
Oh, really? Oh, nice. Good for you. Happy for you.
Thank you. We'll see. We'll see. We never know. Bokri, you went short as well, right, today?
Yeah.
We're short as well. You never know.
I think everyone at this table has been short at one point.
Now I'm really big, you know?
Maybe I'm big as well after a bit. You never know.
Yeah. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Costa under the gun with ace-10. Hasn't raised a pot in a minute. All right, Mockery, there's always one. Sorry we're boring you. No, man, the adrenaline's got to run out at some point.
Yeah, with the atmosphere in there, I'm not sure there's any chance they run out anytime soon. People are hyped in the Gaudi Ballroom here in Casino Barcelona. Is it a ballroom, Joe? Convention hall?
I think it is whatever takes the shape of whatever's inside it, right?
Whatever you make it.
If it's got Jello in it, it's a Jello mold. If it's got a cake in it, it's a cake pan.
All right, looks like it's a raise and take it for Costa. Easy game.
Yeah, Costa with the biggest rail have not had much to cheer for lately. Man, if I could just be Brazilian for like a day. Just want to have a rail in here cheering me on, doing commentary. Every time I say something right, they're just like, ah.
Yeah, they support each other. You'd love to see that.
So one way or another, we're going to be down. We're going to be done in under an hour.
Hold.
To answer your question, Nigel, will they continue to the next elimination when the time runs out? No. When the time runs out, we are done. Everyone here has, the wheels have completely come off.
This bus is headed downhill and the brakes are not working, Joe.
Absolutely. So we will be done in 1 hour or less.
Jarosz in the hijack is going to open up this pot. Kowalski, 4-deuce off, and the cutoff guy doesn't mind considering his options. But I imagine 4-deuce off is going to be part of his range here. Put it in the bin, buddy.
Ace-8 for Bentinelli. Slightly different story. Wait, did he fold one card and then look at the other one? I told you, everyone's lost it.
All right, folding around. Costa gives us, it's another raise and take it. Jarosz, our second chip leader here.
Stop raising and just go all in.
Raise and take it, easy game.
Stop raising.
As we head into hand number 146. If you just joined us, blinds are still 125,000, 125,000, and 250,000 with a 250,000 chip ante.
Are you going to call with ace king?
Suited.
Offsuit? No?
All against Jimmy.
Now the rail's starting chance for no reason. I mean, the Czech rail, the Brazilian rail, the French rail.
As you say, Joe, I don't think anyone actually knows who they're cheering for anymore.
No, we're just all in this together.
We're all in this together now.
You know what? Maybe I should go down and propose a 7-way chop.
Joe, I think he's going to ship it. I think he's going to put this all in.
Ace-8 suited, 13 big blinds. You hate to do it under the gun, but you might not see a better hand than this for a while. Guerrero all in. Will it get through?
Oh.
Ace-Jack for Jaros. It is not getting through.
He might be looking for a little revenge here. He makes the call.
Just the call. Still players to act behind. This wouldn't be the first time somebody wakes up with an absolute monster. Queen 10 isn't it. Queen 8 isn't it. King 3 isn't it. 6-4 isn't it. Guerrero on the line yet again. Tournament life at risk. Domination situation. €250,000 euros for Guerrero if Ace-Jack holds. If it doesn't, we play on. To quote Rounders, Guerrero has alligator blood. Was down to 3 big blinds, gets it in for 10 here. Is a big dog. I see a spade.
Interesting.
Ace-Jack still out in front. Just one spade.
Will he hold, Joe?
Opportunities now. The board pairs. Guerrero with one immediate out. The river. Is a deuce, the board pairs. Guerrero survives again.
He's done it again. Kid's got alligator blood, Joe.
Guerrero will not say die. Nothing is working against Jimmy Guerrero. Chop it up.
The kid's got alligator blood, Joe.
Nick, this hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop putt.
Oh,
we
the chanting and
play
everything.
On.
Let's go.
5 a.m. I can't play till 5 a.m.
He can play till 5 a.m., Joe.
We will not be playing till 5 a.m.
He can, though, if he wanted to.
He can play until 5 a.m. He will probably survive every hand all in until 5 a.m. But we're playing another 55 minutes, and that's it.
I mean, there might be some cash games running, you know?
What in the world is happening? The last 2 levels are going to be 9 episodes of a TV show. This is an entire Netflix limited series. Jimmy Guerrero, either fatigue or emotion, taking hold right now. The ups and downs and the adrenaline of this cannot be easy.
I mean, I think there's going to be an entire documentary. The man who wouldn't die. All about Jimmy Guerrero. The warrior that wouldn't die, Joe.
By the way, that wasn't chop pop, but Guerrero did profit.
He actually profited in this situation.
How much do you have, Jimmy?
Mockery asking Jimmy for a count with 10-4. Don't do it. Don't do it.
All right, Mockery decides to flatten a small blind. This is a blind v blind situation, guys. It's folded around to SB versus BB. What you got in the big blind?
I said don't do it.
This is an easy shove, right? Who doesn't love a shove with ace-5 here? He's only got 12 big blinds.
What are you thinking? This is Jimmy effing Guerrero.
His last name literally means warrior, Joe.
All right, Jimmy just checks back.
Oh, okay.
We're going to the flop. We're taking it to the streets.
That was unexpected.
Ace in the window. Mockery does flop a gut shot. Not like this. Mockery is going to fire 250, the minimum. Guerrero going to take it slow. Just calls. Turn card. 6 of spades. Is Mockery going to try the double barrel? We know it's not going to work.
Not fast, not fast.
Here he comes.
Sorry.
Take 2. How much this time? 525. Guerrero. Stationing. Ooh. There's the calling chips. Reaching for more. Guerrero shoves. It's not a matter of if Mockery folds, it's when, and the when is immediately. That's a bad word.
That's naughty.
That is a bad word. But emotions are high right now.
5M.
Yarosh.
25M, guys. I'm ready to play 5M.
Thought he won.
I don't sleep, I don't care.
Celebrated a little early. Guerrero chopping from a few hands ago. Celebrating a chop. Everyone loves a chop pot, Nick.
Everyone. I mean, he was so excited about the chop pot, he was cheering. Jarosz loved it.
Guys, play. Brazilian, play between you. Guys, play. No collision, play. Play, guys, play.
He's like, come on, guys, what's going on? Why isn't anyone else playing? Why isn't anyone else getting involved here?
What are you guys waiting for?
On me, on my bro, we play here.
I need some.
Play, guys.
I got a text here from a one Maria Ho.
Play, guys. Play.
Can't believe you told the final 7 to keep doubling each other up so you wouldn't have to pay for my dinner tonight.
Only play with Mokri on the Joras.
I will do anything to get out of paying for dinner.
This is Kayenko.
No, but you see, Pinto, Costa,
all right, Bendinelli.
Don't play any end.
Kowalski.
Between each other, eh? I like you, bro, but you have to play, guys.
All right, Jimmy, not now.
No way. I mean, everyone has to play, yeah?
All right, let's give
TV,
Bendinelli a second here.
Multi-way pot.
He fall S10 off.
Granted, he's not talking about the hand. He's still talking about 7 hands ago, but Bendinelli moves all in over the top of the race from Kowalski. Unless we see another disgusting cold deck.
Guerrero feeling pretty invincible now.
Jimmy's feeling invincible.
Jimmy is on the top of the mountain as we speak. He is peaking.
Kowalski gonna give this one last look and kick it in.
No headers this time.
Don't let me take her big blind.
Bend it like Bendinelli.
You got a pair?
What's that?
No pair? No pair, no party.
I don't know what you're talking about. What is? Oh.
Huh? Sorry. I'm tired.
Somebody's angered Poison Ivy on the rail.
I am going to get a hand one of these times.
I can't believe we're still playing. Michael Pinto.
And it's going to be a beautiful sight.
Has been short stacked for the last 3 days. He's got ace-10. And folds it, and you know what? I think it's really easy to have like a glitch out moment right there and just shove.
Take my sunglasses and after.
maybe good, maybe bad, but to be able to continue folding and just sit there through all this, it takes a lot of discipline.
Okay, makes sense.
Maybe good, maybe bad.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
I just said maybe good, maybe bad.
Maybe bad, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
It's like the old story. Maybe good, maybe bad.
Maybe good, maybe bad. This is Acosta going to get the chance to raise and take this with ace-10 suited.
Sorry, Chap, talking all over Joe as we go into our final session here, because I think we're going a little bit loopy in the chat box at this stage.
I've not been able to stop talking this entire time. It's constant action. I haven't let you get a word in edgewise. Please, by all means.
No. Nothing like that. We're doing a great job, guys. Bear with us, though. It's been a long couple of days, and today is no exception. But the energy in that room is keeping us alive. I can tell you that right now. I've had a grin on my face for this entire day.
Cahan Mockery showing the first signs of someone being human at this table, at least in an energy level ways. Everyone's showing their emotion. Definitely not a robotic table. But eventually there's just got to be a sugar crash. Mockery in the hijack. Technically the chip leader has about 2 more chips than Jaros to start the hand. Neck and neck at the top. And Jaros just called with a dominated hand. Bendinelli also dominated.
Yeah, very dominated, but he's got such a pretty hand. He's like, it's only a little bit more to call. Let's take a flop, see if I get lucky. He's got to do some work here to improve, though. Just 23% versus the King Queen KJ.
I'm told Jack 10 makes a lot of straights, but yeah, tends to make a lot of second pairs in my experience. It is the best hand right now. The one live card. Checks it over to Mockery, who checks. Jaros with the gut shot. Checks around, turn card. 4 spades, pretty boring.
These are really awkward sort of multi-way spots, Joe. Jack 10's probably got to feel a lot more confident about their pair once it's gone check, check, check on the flop.
It's like a game of chicken, right?
Yeah, but you still don't want to do anything really on the turn. I think you just want to try and get to showdown as often as you can, or maybe improve on the river. But I don't think leading with the Jack 10 ever makes sense once it's gone check, check, check flop. Jaros just checking his hand.
And checking his hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's got showdown as well. It's not that dissimilar from the King-Queen situation.
Just slightly worse, but not that dissimilar at all. And Bendinelli has to feel fairly confident about the 10 at this point.
I think at this point he's going to feel pretty good about his situation. But again, multi-way pot. There can be some weird rivers here, like where they river a set of 6s or something too. So I think you just kind of bluff catch this. I think King, Queen, King, Jack are going to feel pretty good about getting to showdown themselves. They've got King High here, right? Without too much action on any streets.
There goes Mockery's check. Jaros checks before we can even cut to him.
Easy game.
And the pair of 10s is going to take it down. Bendinelli again. Where is his rail?
I don't know what's going on. My man is lacking in the rail department.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, delayed.
They're on Italian train time.
Trying to warn them.
Just a few minutes behind schedule.
I think we were blocking each other. I think so. You went King Jack?
Yeah. Sorry, guys. This doesn't usually happen. Yeah. They just didn't see it.
They're just not used to him raking a pot.
I don't know. I felt like you had King Jack.
I swear this never usually happens.
Jack on the river, beautiful.
Mockery on top, not much ahead of Jaros. Kowalski somewhat comfortable. Bendinelli in there too. Costa somehow quietly above 31 big blinds. It's still Guerrero and Pinto who are below 20. Costa with the sourdough.
Artisanal. Wow, this is unbelievable scenes. Costa's going to open up this pot, guys. Kowalski on the dealer button, deciding what to do with ace-6 suiting.
Oh my God. Ole, 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 ole.
Kowalski has around 43 big blinds here, so he does have Costa covered. The effective stack here will be about 28, 30 big blinds, something like that. Kowalski, how do you feel, bud? So the raise was to 600,000. Kowalski decides to 3-bet to 1.5. Look at the size, guys. It's not a full 3x. We've discussed this a lot yesterday. At this point, with the effective stack being so low, so we're sub 30 now with Neville Costa, him being the smaller of the two stacks. Instead of going for a 3x 3-bet, which is fairly standard, quote unquote, he's going to size down, but still very, very effective, very scary. And he's playing from absolute position with the dominating ace. This is the kind of dominating ace, though, Joe, where they're going to end up chopping a lot of the time if it does get to showdown,
well,
too.
what about this dominating ace?
Now, I think given the action, Bandinelli wants to get out of the way and just avoid the drama here, even though he does have the best hand right now.
Save the drama for your mama and fold.
What's this? Look at both, fold one, check the other, fold again.
I don't know. You got to do something to keep yourself interested at this point, I think.
Yeah, he's got style. Style points indeed. So Costa here, UTG. He's got a decision with the ace-5 of hearts. He does have kind of an awkward stack to play here. Like I said, guys, starting the hand with about 30-ish big blinds. It's going to be awkward to play this from out of position against the dealer button, which is why this 3-bet is so cool. You get a lot of folds. You pick up a lot of dead money. Good couple big blinds in the middle already dead. Oh, and we see the ship from ace-5. That's also the response. No fear from Costa. Joe, he did the thing with ace-5 suited. He did the 4-bet shove.
That's why we call it sourdough.
These kids with their sourdough.
Very in fashion these days to rip it in with ace-5 suited.
Oh, man. And for him to make that play with 2 stacks shorter than him, very, very ballsy and paying off. Yes.
I mean, the majority of the rail is there for Costa, and they've been very patient because he has raked few pots at this point.
That's one way to do it right there, Joe. No fear. And Costa is now 4th in chips with 37 big blinds, right up there with the exact same amount as Fabiano Kowalski.
More key! More key! More key! More key!
Mokri with ace-king. Kowalski folds king-7. Min raise from Mokri. Pocket 4s for Bandinelli. He's folded this long.
Oh, Joey, the ICM pressure on Bandinelli here is ludicrous.
All right, it looks like we are going to go set mining. A move I am a huge fan of, despite the fact that I know it is terrible in many situations. I'm not saying it's terrible here.
Joe, the key to set mining is you have to hit a set once in a while.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm due about 40 in a row. These two are 50-50 if we see all 5 cards. In fact, Bandinelli is out in front right now. Both players missed. No set, but 4 is way out in front now.
Ja, maar net had ik 15.
Mokri checks. Bandinelli. It's so tempting to bet here, right? And just take it down, but I know that's not the right move. I know that's not the right move.
I think when you think about the flatting range of Bandinelli, he's going to have some queen X, he's going to have flush draws, he's going to have some sets, he's going to have some pairs. I think Mokri could have bet, but I like the check given the range.
All right, well, here we go. When someone does something that I would do, I worry for them.
Bandinelli is going to fire into this pot. after Mokri chooses not to c-bet his initial open. Mokri is a fan of the check call with ace-king. We've seen it a couple times.
We actually saw it to his detriment.
Yeah.
At least once.
Yeah, but in that case, he did have the best hand on both streets. Remember, he got rivered in that pot, Joe, where he check-called with the ace-king from out of position.
That is true. So, Bendinelli does turn a gut shot draw.
I mean, this might get him to slow down, Joe, just because he's like, okay, maybe the fours are still good. Maybe he has ace-king. Maybe he has ace-jack. Maybe he's got something I'm still ahead of. But then he could also have tens and stuff like that as well.
Board pairs on the river. Does put out a potential diamond draw. I don't think anyone's too worried about that, the way this hand is played out.
I mean, it might just go check, check, river, Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, ace-king has a lot of showdown at this point, especially when the board pairs. And fours are the same, right?
Easy check back with fours.
I think so. I don't think you want to turn fours into a bluff here when you're just going to be beating a lot of the stuff we just mentioned.
Yeah.
I don't think you ever get, like, you know, pocket jacks to fold once you check the turn here either. That's another combination.
Do you get a 5 to fold? A 5 doesn't really play it this way, right?
I don't think a 5 is going to be from playing from the gun
Yeah.
too often. So, yep, there's a check, and the fours will take this one down.
I want to hear it. Bendinelli's rail. Let's go. Okay.
That's better.
You really can't win ahead with him.
All right. Don't. Let's not have the rail wars happening now.
John Kite Poker there going, guys, pipe down over there. Let's not get too excited.
35 minutes left on the level. This is... Dinner was at like 7:30 and I skipped it because I was like, we'll be done soon. I'll be able to go out somewhere. It's now 00:03. I don't even know what time that is. Is it tomorrow? It's tomorrow right now.
It's actually tomorrow. It's Sunday.
Is that what 00:03 means? I've never been up to 00 o'clock before. Except for every other night this week.
Yeah, we've been putting in some long shifts, haven't we, Joey? All right, so it's folding around, guys. Hand number 153. Blinds are still 125,000, 250,000 with a 250,000 chip ante. Bendinelli in the cutoff of Queen Deuce off. Quick fold this time. Under the button.
Adam McCullough in chat saying it's dry hot dog time. I do feel like I need something to bring myself a little comfort.
Hey, how's it going,
at this
Adam?
point.
Shout out to Adam.
Adam cashed in 2 tournaments this week, by the way.
Yeah, I think Adam did really, really well. And me and Adam got to have a little kick around as well, which I'm sure you guys will see at some point.
So you laid on the ground while him and the rest of the True Geordie guys kicked you around?
We had a great time. You guys will see that content at some point. So
cool.
Follow our social medias, and you guys can see the result of the True Geordie versus PokerStars.
The game ended 1-0. It was the second highest scoring soccer game of the year.
That's not the score, guys. Stick around. We'll let you guys know how we got on. PokerStars versus the True Geordie boys.
5, 6, 7, 8 for Costa is nothing but hope. And hope is the most dangerous thing you can give a man. Get busy living or get busy dying.
Is there any hope that we we get to 6 before we see the end of this level?
I don't know at this point. Who cares? King on the turn hits no one.
The person in position here, though, might be tempted to rep the king, though, depending on how the action goes. Looks like Costa's going to act first here, though. Yeah, let's take a shot. 525 is the bet. 525,000 with the up and down straight draw. 10-7 off. Doesn't really have much to do here. He's going to put it in the bin. Seems good.
I mean, if we're judging based on rail energy, Costa is crushing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That goes a long way as well.
Here we go.
I would certainly feel a lot more confident and relaxed if my rail was going nuts every time I folded my big blind. It's all part of the process, Nick. You're doing the right thing.
Rumker on YouTube, we're all having a great time till you said it's not considered live if you have a 30-minute delay, dumb bot. No, we consider it live. You banned. Thank you for your comment. Don't insult our bots. Don't insult our mods. Don't insult our commentators. Don't insult our players. Don't insult anyone having to do with this, even our AI, or you banned.
You can insult Spraggy, that's fine. We allow that here.
Spraggy just a little bit. Even you go too far, I'm like a mama bear. Uncle, daddy, mama bear.
When it comes to my children, I'm a tigress.
That's right. That's one of my favorite movies.
I love that movie.
Role Models.
Role Models.
Directed by Mr. David Wayne, one of my favorite of all time.
And I would tell you.
In fact, Nicole Randall Johnson, who plays that part, was a very good friend of mine for a while until she left the acting business to become a chef.
Oh, wow. Yeah, great, great film. Every time I think I'm over it, I go back and watch it, and I'm like, it never gets
so
old.
good.
We're going to play till 2 a.m.
He doesn't look like he's ready to play till 2 a.m. anymore, Joe.
No, yeah, it runs out quick when the crash happens. John Sweetpea says, can we lightly mock Bernie the Lizard? Here's the thing. Bernie the Lizard is a young lizard character, lives inside the clock.
The shot clock.
The shot clock. And I was a big fan of Bernie the Lizard until I found out during the pandemic, Bernie the Lizard collected over 400,000 pounds in PPE loans. Totally scammed the system. I don't know how to feel about that. There's just no way that Bernie lost that much business over the pandemic. That's taxpayer money.
Look, you're a lizard. You're down on your luck.
So, yeah, take your shots at Bernie. Trying to get him replaced by Tara the Gerbil.
All right, so King Jack off is going to raise it up, and it is a raise and take it.
Timo says lizards are known for their loose morals. Look, I do not use this as an indictment of an entire species. That's unfair. It's just one bad apple.
Joe, snakes get a bad rap. It's actually the lizards you got to look out for.
No species generalizations.
Snakes are just a scapegoat for what lizards do, mate.
Or 6. Okay.
This level or 6.
Yeah, you understand? Yeah. 6 players.
30 minutes left on the level. That's it, guys. And gals, and however you identify. 30 minutes left.
All right,
one elimination, 30 minutes, whichever comes first.
Oh, Pinto. Okay, this is interesting, Joe. He's actually opting to open the Queen Jack off here off of like 11 big blinds to start from under the gun +1. This is extremely early, and I think this is probably a little bit too loose. He has been burned like this before with his looser opens. Guerrero does fold the ace of spades, though. Small blind, no good as well.
Is there something to be said for image at this point? Like, Pinto's been folding for an hour and a half straight. Do you have to steal every once in a while?
I mean, you do want to be stealing as often as possible.
But later position, right?
Yeah, I think in this situation, it's just a case of there's going to be too much action for you to handle from that position with that combo and not enough playability to play out of it. So it works on this occasion. That's a really, really good pickup for Pinto. I don't think it's going to be bad per se, but I do think it's a little bit too wide given his stack depth. He just doesn't have that much ammunition to play post-flop, and it's not a hand that flops particularly well. Queen Jack suited, on the other hand. Oh, baby, let's go to town.
Well, we got away with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't happen, of course. Thank you for the help.
Pinto folds this one from early position, King 7. 9-7 for Mockery, out. Guerrero, Ace, King. Seems reasonable. Second from the bottom in chips. has bigger stacks to follow.
The Warrior, 17 big blinds.
3 players to act behind, all of which have Jimmy out-chipped. Jimmy's making a raise.
Yeah, I really like the raise as opposed to the shove with the stack depth, Joe. Especially with Jaros, the chip leader directed to your left. He can try and put some weird moves on you here if you'd like, which is exactly what you're looking for. You want all the action with ace-king in this situation. You want as much action as possible. You want to get your double here when you've got a premium for sure. Big blind magic, no. Lots and lots of small blind, big blind folding so far, but Bandinelli's still with the option. I'm not sure if 4-3 off is worth playing when your opponent is this short, though.
4.4.
Winner. Ah, yeah, okay.
Thanks.
Guerrero picks this one up without a fight.
Good mark. It's good mark. Still like good mark.
No, it's not. It's okay.
Yeah. Huh? Okay.
Remember Jimmy? I could do this till 2 a.m. I could do this till 5 a.m. Jimmy's running out of steam. The rail is just getting started, though. I feel like if this ended right now, this rail is not going to let these guys go to bed.
This is a famous song in Norway. What is that? I think it's about a football team. I think it's the national team. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. They
Pinto,
my name.
how much you play? Like 2.5? 2.5, yeah?
2.8.
2.8?
25 minutes left on the level. Or one hand. Who knows? Jimmy folds 8 deuce. Yarosh, pocket 4s in the cutoff.
Hello.
Ace queen for Kowalski. Starts the hand with 35 big blinds. Too much for an all-in, but could certainly call on the button, is what I was going to say.
Wow, yeah, he's playing it slow here in position. Ace-queen suited, a very, very, very playable hand in position. You see what he's doing here, Joe, and you've identified it. He doesn't want to go too crazy pre-flop here.
Oh, Pinto.
Uh-oh. Shields.
Oh, boy.
Shields up.
Pinto with the worst of it of these 3 hands. It's only 250K to call, though.
Oh, Joe, I feel like he wants to squeeze this in.
It does seem like he's sizing up an all-in. One, two, three, carry the 1. A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
A equals MC squared.
20 days, half November, April, June, and November.
Pi is 3.1472.
Just a call.
Okay.
All right, we're going 3 ways to this flop. 4's the slightly ahead for now. King 6-3. Everybody misses. So 4's way ahead now. Kowalski does like to hit his turns and rivers, though. Pinto checks. Yarosh checks. Kowalski in position. You just pretend those spades are clubs if you want. Kowalski checks as well. Turn is another king. So 4 is way, way good. Could potentially be counterfeited by a 6.
Oh, dear.
But Pinto is going to try to bluff at this. I mean, could this work? 350 into 1.8 is maybe the sort of bet someone would make with a king.
I mean, I think it's just not enough to get Jarosz to fold. I mean, he's got a good price just to spike a 4 on the river and make the boat.
Right.
It's ridiculously good pot odds here. If you wanted to try and represent a king.
He's like, I can't. Oh, I can't believe I'm folding this.
Yeah, you can tell it pained him. I mean, Kowalski kind of has a similarly strength hand to the 4s here. Like, if your opponent doesn't have a pair, you're pretty much going to be good, like, every time.
If this is what it is, which is a very lame bluff attempt, ace high is getting a great price.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's actually interesting because ace queen probably has 2 live cards a lot of the time. He might be doing this with, pocket 4s himself, pocket 2s, pocket 7s, something
Even
like that.
Even if it's not a bluff, right.
Yeah, I
Even
think
if it's like a weak value bet.
Yeah,
the river is an 8. So Kowalski does not improve, does have the best hand. Pinto moves all in.
Oh my days, what a player.
What an absolute boss. Shoves with queen jack high.
Oh my God, Joe, the hero call.
Who's bluffing in this spot? Oh, Kowalski's asking for a count. It's more or less a pot-sized river, shove, bluff.
Joe, the hero call would be unbelievable here.
It sure would. Is this how we're going to end the night, with a hero call from Kowalski? He is really giving this a think. Kowalski smirking at himself. Can't believe what he's thinking about doing right now. Last time bank card.
Oh, the drama.
Is Pinto, the relative amateur, gonna make a bluff like this in this spot at this time of night for this amount of money on the line?
Joey, he shoved so quickly on that river. I don't know if that might have been a tell.
Nick, that's a great point. That is a great point. As if the river didn't matter at all. As if he had decided ahead of time. He makes the call! The hero Kowalski!
Wow! Unbelievable, he's done it!
Kowalski puts this night to bed with the ace-high hero call.
Let's go!
Pinto went for it. Did not pull it off. In the most dramatic fashion I have ever seen. We have finally put an end to day 5 at this record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event. Bendinelli ladders up. Neville Costa ladders up. Kowalski, the hero of the day. Patrick Jarosz ladders up. Kahan Mokri ladders up. The hero Kowalski to finally put a pin in day 5. Hell of a move.
Joe.
By Michael Pinto.
Joe, that is just what a way to end the day. Absolutely stellar poker there from Kowalski. He looked into the ether and he found the hero call with ace high. Absolute scenes, and the reaction, the crowd goes wild.
Michael Pinto taking it pretty well. I think the reality's starting to set in. He had a smile on his face originally. Now a slightly more sobering look. Chatting with his pal. Pinto, what a run for a guy that almost didn't make it after being hit by a car and a scooter just a few months ago. Now living his dream of cashing for €250,000 on the European Poker Tour. Jarosz, Kowalski, brothers in arms at this point.
Joey, don't forget as well, Jimmy Guerrero was at risk so many times and just clung on, and he's going to get the ladder as well.
Jimmy Guerrero ladders up. That elimination from Kowalski just earned everyone over 110,000 euros. Okay, a little bit less than that.
How much you have?
My math is off there. From 257 to 334, more like 80,000 euros. But still, everyone ladders up and will be coming back for day 6 tomorrow, where we play down from 6 to a winner. Kowalski with the call of the century.
Yeah, actually, this is like...
I desperately hope that this is the new standard for live poker, Joe. This is exactly what you want to see. People excited, people enjoying the game, the rail going off, smiles on everyone's faces. I know it's a bummer for him to go out that way, but I feel like he came so far being one of the more inexperienced players in this field, and it's still a huge result, an absolutely huge score.
A huge result, a huge score, and just a huge rail, live and online. Thank you, everyone, for being with us late into the night yet again. 4 nights in a row, past midnight local time. 4 nights in a row. 12 hours of play. Kowalski celebrating.
I would have called that. Super pro.
Nailing it.
Look at the faces.
Yarash, you just made me another 80,000 euros. Guerrero, you just made me another 80,000 euros.
What a day.
Brazil, you just made me another 80,000 euros.
Absolutely.
How can we sleep? It's better to come later.
I don't think I've ever seen a celebration like this pre-win, and I've seen several wins that did not have a celebration such as this one.
Joe, I was about to say, I feel like we just saw the winner of the EPT.
It feels like the tournament is over, but it isn't. We are back tomorrow. Everyone guaranteed 334K. 2 players tomorrow, barring a deal, will walk away with more than $1 million. 1 player with 1.7 million. Kahan Mokri coming back tomorrow, second in chips, but barely. Patrick Yarash coming back first in chips, but barely. Fabiano Kowalski, don't forget, didn't just knock out Michael Pinto, collects those chips. Fabiano Kowalski coming back tomorrow, third in chips, but barely. It is very close between first and fifth. Jimmy Guerrero a little bit behind, but he's living on borrowed time to begin with.
Those boys just having a little chat there. Hey, Joe, wouldn't this be funny? What if they all showed up wearing matching T-shirts tomorrow, the entire final table?
I would like to say this is one of the best final tables, one of the best days of poker I've ever been a part of. I only wish that James could have been here. Everyone who has been cheering me on and saying how great the coverage has been, I have to say everything I know I learned from him. I wish he had been here. I hope that he will be here tomorrow. I have high hopes that James is feeling better and he will join us on the broadcast tomorrow. And if I were him, I would be gutted right now to have not been a part of this. And I miss him dearly, and I hope he's at least being able to enjoy some of this. And we should have James back tomorrow if all goes the way it's supposed to. Before we get out of here, let's take a look at the chip counts. 6 players remain. As I said, all neck and neck at the top, even at the middle. 1 player somewhat near the bottom, but as we know, Jimmy Guerrero will not go away. 1 double up, and he's with the rest of the pack. I honestly cannot believe the day of poker we have had today. If it had been anything, even 1 smidgen less exciting, this would have been excruciating. But it wasn't. It was fantastic. What a great day of poker. What a way for EPT Barcelona to come back after 3 years. I should remind everybody, blinds tomorrow, 125 250. It feels like that needs to go up, actually. It feels like it has not been adjusted for the new blind level. I feel like that was the level we just played. We're in the middle of the level, that's right. Still in the middle of this level. It's poker for money, though. Some of these prizes already given away, but all the big money still left to play for. 334,000, everyone guaranteed now. Last one more place, that's another 100,000 euros. We're all looking up at the top. 1 million for second place. 1.7 million for first place. All of this still to be played for tomorrow. If you want to read up on everything that happened today, as well as the other events here in Barcelona, check out the PokerStars blog. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks for staying with us. Tune in tomorrow. Same bad time, different bad time, same bad channel, 1 o'clock local time. The main event final table. We're going to find out who's going to take down this record-breaking main event. But for now, for Nick Walsh, all of the guest commentators we had today, we're out of here. It's good night from Barcelona.
Like a bird in a storm all alone and the rain pours down. Black as the night, nothing's right and it's far from brown. Thunder and ice, looking for light, pushing through the clouds. Keep up the fight, climbing new heights, never looking down. Rise up like I'm marching through the fire. Rise up as the flames getting higher. Rise up. Off the fire.